Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. Please let me know if you can hear me before we start. Can you all hear me? Fantastic, loud and clear. Okay, so first of all, it is very, very important that I make this announcement before we start. Okay. So first of all, I reported this case. Maybe some of you may not know, my WhatsApp channel has been taken over. I have no control of it whatsoever, and I have no way of getting it back. So those of you that were in my WhatsApp group, you know exactly what happened there. So as we speak right now, I have no access to it. Anyway, so I decided to report this case to the National Fraud and Cybercrime Reporting Center. I reported, I explained everything that happened. I gave them all the information that they needed. And now the case is with the National Fraud Intelligence Bureau. That's my crime reference number. So if anyone has lost any money, or if anyone is claiming that they lost any money, please call that number and explain your case. And this is something that's already known, and report that right away. It is very, very important that you do that, okay? That's the number that you need to call. That's Action Fraud, because right now I have no idea what is happening to your phone numbers, who is contacting you. Already, I've been told by at least 3 people that the individual that took over my channel has been calling them. And it has not been a very good experience. It has not been a very good experience. It's actually very scary that this is happening behind the scenes. So if you haven't watched my video, go and watch my video on my YouTube channel. I explain what happened and what to do next. Now, I don't want to spend too much time here explaining what is happening with the audios and stuff like that, because then we are diverting the focus of what we're here for. But I want to say that a lot was happening. I updated a few people that I trusted from the group as to what was happening. Some of those things I was saying in those audios, I was just saying those things just to lead everyone on. Just to lead that person on. I did not ask money from anyone, and I challenge you, if there is anyone here that I've asked money, please come forward, or in fact, you can go and report this at the fraud center. The Action Fraud. Go and report it, because I did not take any money from anyone, and I'm not collecting any money from anyone. Now, let's assume, because there's an audio there where I specifically say, go and cause chaos, whatever it is. Now, do you think that anyone in their right mind would agree to something that I'm going to be presenting, which is a bad deal? Let's say I come to you and say, invest in a company that has 30% shares. Would you do that? That would be very silly of me to assume that you are going to agree to something like that. I did not offer anyone anything. Actually, you were with me step by step as to what I wanted this whole thing to be. I was asking everyone step by step, and I was making announcements. So to try and say, that audio means you were trying to do this. No. Yes, it may seem like that, but come on. No one is being forced to part with their money. If you see it's a bad deal, then don't. Why would you assume that it's a good deal because everyone is in it? No one was forced to do anything. But all I'm saying to you is I stuck to everything that I said right from the beginning. And that is, I want clear transparency and I want accountability. And that is what I was working towards. Unfortunately, there are a few people that were not happy with that. But I stood my ground. And that is what happened. I stood my ground that I wanted transparency. In fact, the last video I did, I was even showing you the app but that was met with a lot of resistance. That's what you need to know. And here's where we are today. Anyway, so I guess we'll be discussing further this as we go. Where's my phone? You can call in and have your say. And what I'd like to discuss today is, where did we go wrong? Where did we go wrong? My vision for this was for us to invest back home. I even got the mayor, someone I really trusted, to come here to speak to you so you can hear what he was saying. He was even here on the Zoom call. But look where we are today. Where did we go wrong? Where did we go wrong? That question for me bothers me till today. Was it wrong that I came forward and I said, look, this might be a good idea. Let's do things this way. I even said I'm not a financial guy. I wanted volunteers to set up the businesses in the right structure, which was a structure that would stop anyone from trying to steal money. And by the way, I wasn't in this for the money right from the beginning. What would have made me happy is the fact that we've worked on this project and everyone who's participated has at least a house back in Zimbabwe to retire in. I know how hard it is to work in this country. I came here 2001, working with agencies. Do you think I would want to take advantage of anyone who has worked so hard for their money? For what reason? Personally, by myself, I'm okay. I'm happy. Yes, I've failed programs. I've made a lot of mistakes, lost a lot of money, but I'm fine. So my question to you is, where did we go wrong? Where did we go wrong? Now I have to fear for myself, for my family. I said from day one, I can't just trust anyone. You put a lot of pressure on me to choose the community. And I refused. How do you expect me to choose people, random people? Now look where we are today. I refuse to collect money, even for the memberships. Now imagine, with everything that's happening now, if that money that was raised on the memberships went missing, what would you say? I bet you would be saying, no, you know what? Ruwa Organic was in it right from the beginning. I refuse to collect that money. Several times. Why? Because I didn't have a structure. And I say this to you, every single one of you. I do not want to put my face out there. I am worried about not setting up a structure that is solid, because the job that I do in marketing, my face is all over the place. Do you think I want to be associated with any fraud or any scams? Of course not. That's why I refused. I wanted a structure that was proper. And I would not collect any money from anyone until everything was in place. And that has been my stance. Now you tell me, where did I go wrong? Anyway, call in. Let's discuss this. The number is on the screen. Let's have a look. There we go. It's very sad that, oops, I think something is wrong with my phone here. Okay. Who wants to be the first caller? Go ahead and call. Let's have a chat. Okay, I think I have got a call here. Let me call back. Is this connected? Can you hold on? It looks like the Bluetooth is not connected. Hello, can you hear me? Oops. Hello? That's strange. Okay, let me see if this is connected. Just bear with me, guys. Just bear with me. Bluetooth. Why is this not working? Oh, I know why. Let me try again one more time. Let's try one more time. Yeah, I think this is working now.
Hello.
Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah, how are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. Not too bad. Surviving.
Yeah, I was just listening to your audios and said, oh, what's going on again?
Yes.
But anyway, I don't want to maybe waste listeners' time by going because they are quite clear.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to contribute after listening to them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What I think your approach at the first was good.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you were able to attract quite a variety of professionals like social workers, nurses, accountants, and so on.
Mm-hmm.
But with social media, there are some people who can just come in, who might be even criminals, who might not be even working, but they contribute much more than the professionals who initially were contributing and trying to set up this thing, which is social media. We cannot blame them for that. And what you did was brainstorming from the first, which is good on social media if you want to infer on business pathways. After that, we shouldn't have continued with the brainstorming. We should have now maybe come with a strategy to say, okay, this is what is on the plate. Those who want to join can inbox me, which is not me, but yourself, because you are leading it.
Okay, yes.
Then from there, you can see out of 100 people, 20 will inbox. And those are serious people. Then the next stage, you'll be saying, let us be humans and meet face to face. Maybe we book a conference or somewhere. Then we can go through all the narratives which we are trying to come up with. Now we know each other. Now we are trying or starting to build trust on each other. Not social media trust, but actual human-to-human trust. I'm not saying what you did was wrong. Because that's network. I wouldn't have known you if there was no social media. You see what I mean?
That's true.
But I'm trying to say now the next step or steps should be now moving from there without necessarily closing this platform. Those who will be coming, there will be new people who will be coming or interested, and they'll be directed to your inbox. And they join that group outside where they can hear for them, listen for themselves, human to human, and make a decision either to join or not. But on social media, as you rightly said in your previous video, there are a lot of criminals. So don't give heart or give up because of assertions which were happening there, because you are not sure whether you're dealing with genuine people or not. And that can put you off. Leaving the actual people who want to go away, to continue with these things astray. Then you will find yourself as if you are a failure, yet you are not a failure. But you were put off the road by people like that. And you just say, I am not continuing with this. That's my view. That's how I see it. But the idea is very good. And we shouldn't be handling it in a Zimbabwean way, where they need a lot of cuddling and they need a lot of checks and balance. It's not your duty. We are all adults. Invite us to a place where we can meet each other. Then we can deliberate, come with constitution or memorandum of understanding, draft and draft and draft until we come with the final draft, which everybody is happy about, which touches all the things like finance, how we'll be running this and so on. No one is touched anybody's deposit there. We are now drafting the constitution, just to use a simple word for everybody, which tabulates how you will be contributing, how you'll be doing what, which will be agreed by all members who come to that attendance.
That's exactly how I viewed this, because despite what was happening, even behind the scenes, what was being said, what was being done, I'm sure in the audios you heard me speak to one of the officials. Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't ask for that. You see. So when all these things are happening, I was hoping that this was going to be organic. We do it, and all the professionals come in. In fact, there's Mr. Farai. He helped a lot. The Farai who was addressing the...
Yeah.
Yes. He was helping a lot behind the scenes to put everything together. And we hadn't even reached the part where we were presenting anything. I mean, something to the masses. And here we are now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What you are doing behind the scenes is okay. Then you come to us and say, we have done the final paperwork and the agreements of how we feel we could be running this thing. Can we now meet?
Yes.
Or you might choose to say, I'm coming with the agreement, display them on a social media platform. I don't think it will work. The background work which you were doing was okay. But we are saying for people to get trust of each other, if a husband and wife cannot trust each other, let alone a business, which I'm going to serious. But we need to draw our community closer to each other so that we exchange ways, business ways, communicating. Those who doesn't know what is in your background, work which we're doing in terms of agreement and so on, can get clarity from the guys who are working on it.
Yes.
And if there are any adjustments which need to be done, everybody agree and say, I feel this is the right way until everybody is in.
Yes. No, that's correct.
I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's how I'm viewing it. That maybe could be my approach.
No, I agree with you 100%, because now it's very clear that a group of 600 people is not easy to manage. You don't know who's who. And
that's correct on social media.
Yes. And as we speak right now, the Ruwa Organic channel, the Ruwa Organic WhatsApp group is gone. I have no access to it. Imagine.
That's what I was saying. That is dangerous sometimes to say, let us finalize everything on this platform, these meetings, because we don't know who is who.
Yes.
People are looking for money.
No, you're 100% right. I think looking back now, this could have been done in a much better way. And if at all, I'm going to decide to continue with a few people, because a few people have said, look, let's not give up. Let's try and do this with a smaller group. I think the approach will be definitely different from now, moving on.
Yeah, this one will continue because it's sort of a marketplace. But a new person cannot come and get information of the details which has been happening when you started. If they want, then they have to come to the outside meeting. Otherwise, you'll be dishing everything to other people who are not even interested, or everything to people who want to circumvent it.
Yes. No, I agree.
Yeah,
I agree with you 100%, because
that's how I see. But business is a challenge. Sometimes we find hiccups, but to give up. What made you come up with an idea, with that idea in the first place, should give you strength to continue. Whatever and so on. I think that's what the other guys you are talking about. Maybe it will not work. But if we start with a small group, then something which is right, they will just come on their own, and you expand from there. I don't believe in starting something when you are 1,000. Sometimes I haven't heard about it anyway. If it's a business, I haven't heard about it. It will be the first. But if you start from that platform which you are referring, other guys are saying, don't give up, let us start as a small group. I think that's healthy for you and for the family and for everybody.
Yes.
It's
Yes.
manageable. Then members can come and join. Then you expand from there as you go. But this platform is okay to deliberate, to tell members where we are now, where we are going. People are free to come and join. If you want to join, we got a meeting maybe in London, maybe in Manchester, on such a place and so on. Those who are committed will come. Those who just want to play with you will not come. That's another screening way of saying, oh, these are serious people, these are not serious. Yeah.
No, I agree with you, and thank you very much for your words of support. I really, really appreciate that. I mean, it just makes things much clearer, because as you can imagine, we know when you're going through this, you have sleepless nights, worrying about so many things.
I think you don't owe anybody. People are coming for free there to listen to you, to a very good idea which you're trying to come up with. If something goes to where you are now failing to sleep, it's not good.
Yeah.
And we should know why it's like that. Then that's why we are discussing, so that anything can be corrected and makes your night good to sleep.
Yes. Yeah.
We feel your approach to this business shouldn't be like it's a cooperative, it's an ujama. Those are long gone things.
Yes.
This is business.
Yes.
If you decide that you want to join, business come with the risk of your money, your finance. You say, I want to join. I can go down or I can go up. Those who are committed, who are not afraid to take risks, are the ones who are making it.
Yes.
So it will be someone's decision. It's not yours.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, go ahead. Don't give up.
Thank you so much for your help. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Do we have another contribution? Right. Now, before I continue, I'd like to say whoever is approached by anyone saying, oops. Okay, before I announce, let me just take this call now. Hello? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Mushe, je say. Excellent.
Oh. So, not too bad. We're doing all right here. We're trying. And,
sorry, your audio is not very clear. Am I on headphones or Bluetooth?
No, it's just that. I don't know why it's not clear. Yes, can you hear me now?
That's much better now. Okay. Carry on.
Yep. So I was saying we have been in the terraces and watching and looking at what has been happening, and it's really bad. What you have tried to do is it's a vision. Actually, that's how I can describe it. It's a vision that you tried to implement, but unfortunately, with social media nowadays, you don't know who is who, like you're saying. So this doesn't just say, we are not just talking about the people's qualifications, but you can have somebody from the street who is just, people who just abuse internet for sort of. Then we have got thieves as well. We come on internet as well, trying to rob people. They've seen the platform, it has grown, it has good numbers, they're seeing an opportunity of scamming people and sort of. So, but actually in the background, what you have is a vision. Before this implemented, I think you had another live where we spoke and they said, guys, let's come together, let's start something big. And that was, we saw it coming, because I think we discussed about this before.
Yes.
Like, guys, can you start something like that? And it started like what we discussed. But so what we saw it being hijacked. We saw people coming in, some with fantastic ideas and everything, and it was sad to see it fall away. But what I think, or what I can advise is, it needs to be started. Start small. There are like minds. There are people who are interested in this. There are people who want to see it coming. there are people we have got who are looking for such opportunities. They want to invest. They want to start something. They want a way out. They are not confident. They want support. They want someone who's got experience. They want someone who's got the drive, who wants to see a vehicle moving. So it's going to happen. But it's just, you need the like mind. You might need 5 people. You might not need 5 people. You may just need probably just one person who's just going to give you a coin to say, I know the vision that you want. I know what you want to do. You want people to grow. So let's start it. And like what my brother was saying earlier, people will just come. They will come and join. It has started. People will come and join. So like, okay, this vehicle, this initiative has started already. So we have started a business. We need people who want to come and invest in the business. The business is running already. Now we have got more structures and everything. People can come in. I'm sure it can be crowd funded, it can be pool funded or whatsoever that you can call it financial. I don't know what it is. People will come in and say like, okay, if I'm going to invest my 1,000, my 3,000, or my 10,000 pounds, how much shares am I getting into this type of a business? So it's going to happen. I want to give an example of some of the things that it should be in. I'm forgetting these guys. They started this project like you come in. I think it was in Keto, like where I've seen it happening in South Africa. I've seen it happening in Zimbabwe as well. These guys in partnership with Econet have found Tawanda. I think they started something like that as well, where people can buy Keto for them and they've got shares in the Keto. When they are sold, they got something like that. So this is some of the business stuff that have been happening like this. So it's just a matter of time. I know it has been hijacked. Some I say we saw it coming and we were in the terraces and you can actually see like, no, my hands are full. For me, for the meantime, I cannot be part of this. But there are brilliant ideas that people are sharing. So people were sharing brilliant ideas, innovations, things that people can do. But unfortunately, people have got some motives. So imagine you've got people who are interested and say like, let's do subscriptions for you to join, pay £100, pay £300. You've got not 600, you've got 100 people who agreed and to say like, we're going to pay £100. How much was going to be stolen?
Yeah.
That's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah. So just multiply 100,000, 100 pounds times 100 people. A lot of money has been gone. So someone said like, people came because they trusted you. They've been following you and they've seen what you're doing behind the scenes. Why people are still coming in following you is because they've seen the passion, the drive that you have. They've seen the history, what you have tried and failed. So there's been idea behind it. That fight is what people are following, because they've tried something, you're fighting to achieve something. They say, okay, I can join this guy. We can win together. Yeah. So people always come to hijacking. I think we've seen it politically. Someone started a fight. Someone started a struggle. The moment they've just got momentum, the moment they're winning, people come on board. It's hijacked. It's gone. So you have to try again, brother. Don't give up. Try again. If you've got a few people who are going to come in and say like, my guy, we need to start this. Let's do it. Please do it.
No, thank you.
That's the advice I can give you.
No.
Leave the past to the past. The good thing is you've reported it. That's the nice part of it. And it's now known, it has been reported, and whoever has put their concerns and everything, the reference number you put in there, they can report it as well. Yeah.
No, thank you very much for thank you very much for your advice. I would appreciate it.
Brother, we need to keep moving. There are a lot of people who are interested in this. We need to change. Our future is at stake. We need something. We need a way out. So we need to support. So as one person, you can go fast. But when you are 5, when you are 3, when you are 4, to go far. Right now, we don't need to go fast. We want to go far. That's what we want. Alone, I can go fast. But when you are 3, 4 people, we can go far. But what we need is, we need like minds. So I understand you can't trust everyone. Someone who come with a very good speech, with a very good profile and everything, but we don't know their intentions. We don't know what they want. So some people are just selfish, but it is what it is.
No, thank you very much for your contribution, and thank you very much for your help. I really, really appreciate it. I really, really appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Okay, so okay, thank you. Okay, so anyone that has been approached regarding Ruwa Organic or my own name, Augustine, who has been approached to pay any monies or contribute any monies, that's the link, or at least that's the phone number you need to go to. Please head over to Action Fraud, call that number, and report anyone who is trying to to try and get money from you, or to try and say there's an investment going on. And if you have already paid some monies and so on and so forth, you need to go and report it, because right now I have a reference number, and this case now is with the National Fraud Intelligence Bureau. So this is a serious crime, and it's not being taken very lightly. It's not being taken very lightly. So go ahead and call that number, or even if you know anyone that has been in that situation, go ahead and call that number. It is very, very important. Okay. Right. Let's see. I've got another call here. Hello. Why is this not working? Hello? Hello? I don't know why this is not working. Hello? Yes, I can hear you now.
Yes, it is fine.
Mushe, can you speak in English, please? Just in case there are people that don't understand Shona, if you don't mind.
All right. I'm trying to get into the call. I see it's a live broadcast.
Yes. You're live, by the way.
Okay. That's brilliant. So at the moment, I'm seeing an ad on Action Fraud, National Fraud and Cybercrime Reporting.
Yes.
Is it the same platform?
It's the same platform. You're on a slight delay. That's why.
All right. Okay. Oh, so it's the internet. Okay.
Yes.
No, that's fine. No, I just wanted to say kudos to what you're trying to do, bringing people together and investing together so that we can all achieve a financial freedom.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So personally, I think crowdfunding can be a problem because I haven't seen a crowdfunding that has really worked, unless if it is raising money for someone to go home, get buried, and so on.
Mm-hmm.
Or you are actually raising funds for somebody to get treated of diseases like liver transplants and so on.
Mm-hmm.
So crowdfunding to me, when it comes to business, that's a tricky scenario. I don't want to lie.
Okay.
So, yes. So my advice to you is that probably you can use your platform as a launching pad for people, small groups of people who would want to come together and do business in their line of interest. So, for example, you might find that there are people who are interested in education. Those people recollect, and then they map a way forward. Right. I did send you a WhatsApp message. I think it was 4 days ago, with regards to I'm actually looking for partners within the education space because I want to establish a private boarding school. Yes. So that's a you'd find that not everyone is interested in education, but from your platform, I can find 2 or 3 people who are really interested. Maximum number 10, minimum 3. Yeah. Then those people can recollect, and so you need to find a way how you can recollect those people, or how you can best make sure that they met through your platform, and you become part of that organization that they want to invest in. I think that's a better idea, because you'd find that some are interested in pharmacy, some are interested in medicine, some in education, some in filming, so we might not have the same line of business, but if it comes from Ruwa Organic being the parent investor, then we can have different sections, and within the different sections you will still having a part of shareholding in all those. I don't know if it's making sense.
No, it is making sense. It is making sense. Definitely it's making sense. The only challenge is we are still dealing with people we don't know. That's the scary part. Maybe for me, it may sound like it's a bit overboard, but I can tell you that it's been very, very scary behind the scenes.
All right.
Yes.
So what's been your challenges? Maybe I missed some of your videos.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
So I'm saying, what has been the challenge? Maybe we can try to help each other.
Yes. So the challenge is, obviously, when I started this whole thing, my main thing was to make sure that transparency is the most popular thing that is going to drive this vehicle. But from what I saw now, it's almost like people did not like the transparency part of it. That's why there was a lot of resistance. You see now, to a point where I just felt like I was really going against the grain. You see now. So that part for me, I don't understand, because why would we create a platform where transparency is not the key thing? You see?
Okay, I understand. Yeah. Okay, so just to add on to that, I think, as I have said earlier on, that crowdfunding is not an easy thing. Just imagine, which is the team that is performing the best in soccer. It's called what? Scotland versus, let's say, Dynamos. And then everyone comes to Rufaro, and then you expect everyone to align in their ideas. That's not going to work at all.
Right.
But what you can do is to group those small supporters, group those small supporters, and they get together. But you being the parent supporter, Yeah.
I see what you mean. You know, people come with their ideas, and those ideas may attract maybe 10 people, 15 people. And then those that are interested in that particular idea, they go to that rather than try to get everyone on board on one big idea.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the thing. So it's like segmenting. You just segment.
Yes.
The parent investor will be not like parent investor, but parent advisor will be a top, having a shareholding. Then you segment them. You have education, you have medicine, you have art, you have filming, you have whatever. Yeah, but they all report to one person. Something like that.
Yeah, I think
and you have to,
Go ahead.
Then you have to also to limit the number of people who can participate in in such undertakings, because there's no need of having 100 people who are participating under one field.
No, it makes a lot of sense. There'll be too much chaos. There'll be too much chaos.
Yes. So that's why the last time when I sent you a message, I was just trying to communicate that if I can have, because the advert that I sent you, it had a maximum number of 5 people.
Okay.
Who are really interested in setting up a private boarding school. And yes. So.
Okay, what we can do, why don't you contact me after this call? Just drop me a message just to remind me about this conversation, and then let's see. I mean, perhaps there'll be people who are interested in that, and then maybe get the ball rolling.
Yeah, because the project that I'm going to be working on, it's everything is approved. There's zoning with the council, so it's an approved land. It's not a sub deal. And if we pay the full amount, we then start to apply for title deeds. The land is it's like 70 meters away from the main road. 25 hectares approved land for the private boarding school. So currently it's just me and my wife as partners. But the land, it was costed at 120,000 USD. And at the moment, we don't have that kind of money because they want us to pay at once, no terms and what. So if we can come together, then we'll start building from there.
Okay. All right. Let's see how we get on. Just drop me a message, and then we take it up from there.
That would be great, Augustine. Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome. Cheers.
Thank you.
Okay, Captain, I know you've called. I'm going to allow you to speak. Let me just take this call first. Hello? Hello? So many calls coming through. Okay. Hello?
Hello, yes.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. Sorry, I would want to stay anonymous.
Okay.
I don't want to introduce myself, but I've been part of the group and I've seen everything that was happening. To be quite honest, I think those two guys, or I don't know if it's a group of people, they were just so jealous, and they could see that something, positive was cooking up, and we could all see the truth. In as much as we couldn't say much, but I did participate and say my own peace of mind. But I would want to encourage us as Zimbabweans to continue with the investment. If it's possible, these are just things that were bound to happen anyway. But I'm so grateful that it happened before we had even gone further. So I just want to share my own idea. I've been saying this also over and over again in the group to say, let's say, for example, okay, I'm not saying that's what people should invest in. Let's say, for example, we invest in property, real estate, right? I think it's much easier if, let's say, we get a piece of land and there's a number of people who want to get their own stands, right? Rather than us having to put the money in an account, because I know that not everyone wants to account for money. Like you said, you also don't even want to have to deal with money and things like that. I understand that. If we get a reputable company selling land with title deeds, is it not better if the important people, candidates, to go there and say, okay, we are interested. So a person ABC, they get our details, and then if we are to pay, we pay straight into the account. Rather than us having to open one account where all the money goes there and then we transfer, provided that the real estate agency or company who's selling that piece of land are happy with that. I don't know if it's possible. I don't know if I'm speaking fairy tale here, but I'm thinking not everyone wants the responsibility of keeping the money. I get that. Is there a way that, so let's say, for example, we are 50 or we're 80 or we're 100, whatever, how many those people who are interested, can't they just give their details to the estate agents and say, look, I've got the money, maybe 5,000 per person. I've got it. I'm interested to get this land. Can we start depositing the money to them? And then when they get the receipt that the money has been, paid off, because we are dealing with reputable companies.
Oh, yes.
We are not dealing with all these new ones, that we don't know if they're registered or not. So I'm thinking, rather than us putting the money in one account, we could do that. Another idea of how we can deal with the real estate thing. And then if there's any, I don't know if that's what you are thinking of, maybe if there's admin fee, maybe because we have done it as a group, then that can be discussed, whether it's $5 or $10, whatever, that's fine. But at least we would have, done it in a safe way rather than putting it in one account. And then from then, if we decide, okay, we've got a piece of land, so I won't take much of your time. If we decide we've got a piece of land, we can approach our service users who do building and things like that and say, look, we are a group of 50 people. We want to deal with maybe 3 construction companies or 4 or whatever, or 1, if it's possible, if they have the capacity to deal with us. And then we say, look, is there a way we can create a deal and then we pay in installments and things like that, and then we develop the area. So that's what I just thought I should share.
Okay. Now, I'm not sure if that is possible. I'm not really, like a finance guy, and but I just wish someone could call us, maybe expand on that. But yes, that's a good idea. I mean, as you can see, handling money can be a very big problem, especially when you're a group of people. You don't know what people are thinking, behind the scenes. So it's very difficult. Yes.
And you also have a reputation and a family to protect, really.
Exactly.
I know it hasn't been so easy having to deal with all that. We've seen that, and I just feel this, people are so jealous. And you think, if they could have just if you don't want to do anything, you can actually just exit the group, you know. You can just exit and let those people want to do what they want to do, you know. It's just, but it's okay. But we are just so grateful for at least giving us the opportunity. I'm sure I'm not the only person who feels this way. Many we've just found this as an opportunity.
Yes.
So thank you so much anyway. I hope everything goes well.
Thank you so much for your contribution. I really appreciate it. Take care.
Okay, thank you. All right, bye.
Okay. Right. Right. Let's see. Next caller. Hello? Hello?
Hey, Mr. Custom Student. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You are live.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to join. I've been following the call, and I think I'm a bit behind on the video, so I didn't know it was my turn.
Okay.
Wonderful,
Yes, Captain.
wonderful.
Yes, Captain. Go ahead. What's your
So,
contribution?
firstly, I want to reintroduce myself. I think people misunderstand me or don't really know who I am because I had the ability to administrate the group chat, which you formed, and that was a role that you had just allowed me for, just adding and removing purposes. I was not the mastermind, the owner, the the pot stirrer of whatever you were trying to achieve. I was very mindful that it was quite a big group of people, sir. You were working with, but at the same time, you were very busy, with your own channel and everything else that you wanted to do. So there was just no way it ultimately hung on you to moderate that group chat. So that position is one that I hope, before you and everyone who was part of the community, I didn't abuse in any way. In the end, of course, you and I agreed on just dissolving the group by removing people. So I think some people saw that I removed them, and they quickly thought that I was the enemy. So this is just to clarify to your listeners, to your supporters, to your fans, and people who believe in you that, that was just something you had asked me to do to help you.
Okay, actually, let me address that because that part is very important, because it may seem like you did something very sinister behind the scenes. So what happened was, I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago. I'm losing track of time now. Was it yesterday?
No, I know it.
Okay, maybe 2 days
Must have
ago.
been 2 days ago, yeah.
Yeah, it was 2 days ago. I discovered that I had no access to my WhatsApp group. So I called you and I said, hey, I remember making you an admin. I can't access my account. My WhatsApp group. Is there a way I can get back in? And while we were on the call, we were researching, and I was panicking, sweating that, oh my goodness, everyone's details are out there. I can't even access the WhatsApp group. What am I going to do now? What if people get contacted? I was so scared. And you realized that you were still the admin. I think you were a community admin, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So while you're the community admin, it was me that said, you know what? To protect all the users in the group, let's delete them all while we can, because we had no access to the WhatsApp group. So you started deleting them, and then you found out that you could also add me back as an admin. So when you added me back as an admin, it was you and me that were deleting the names now from this WhatsApp group. So I see where the confusion was, because 1 minute people are in the group and then they're taken off. So they're probably thinking, well, this Augustine now and Captain have been removing people. So that means these people are in this for some sinister thing. Because what happened is, as you can imagine, 600 people, some are not active. They may not be checking the group or anything. So they just wake up and see the name is gone and not knowing why it's gone. So this is exactly what happened. We had to delete everyone in the group because we had no access to it. Because apparently the person that took over my WhatsApp group created what is known as a community, and they became a community owner. I didn't know that the community owner has power to control the admins. So I didn't have. Yes. So that is what happened, everyone, so that you get the clarification. Captain has always been there from the beginning. In fact, I trusted you to be the admin, and you really helped a lot, emotionally, and also even in contributing behind the scenes. So that's why I thought, what, this young man can work with me really well. So that is exactly what happened. It wasn't Captain being somehow involved with the person that took over the channel. No, that's not it. We actually did our best to try and protect everyone's identity by just dissolving that, deleting everyone on that channel to make sure they don't get contacted. Now, at this point, I don't know if the person that took over my channel still has access to phone numbers. But if the person still has access to your phone numbers, please, if they're asking you for any monies to pay or some sort of investment, just decline. I've actually, in fact, here's the number that you can contact. This is your National Fraud and Cybercrime Reporting Center. This is in the UK. Please go and report this. I've already gone ahead and spoken to and reported this case, that this is what is happening. So that is what happened. And also, Captain, thank you very much for bringing this up, because people thought that you were doing something dodgy behind the scenes.
I know. It's okay. But I think, I'm acquainted with online businesses, and I think, people really misunderstand things unless it's communicated on an official platform. And just to support everything you're saying. So the reason why that group was created in the first place was to build the credibility. It wasn't really an opportunity to sort of round up people to ultimately, misuse the platform, which, the individuals who did so did that. But I see where people are coming from with, why did you try to start with 600 people? I think it was just an opportunity to inform people on a mass platform that this is what's going on. But I think it easily became a platform where people felt very opinionated, more than the visionary, more than the leaders. And I think in anything in life, right, you can join a sports team, you can join a company, you can join an association. The moment that you as a contributor feel like you have the chief most opinion or say, that is the beginning of the collapse. And I was very wary that, whenever people brought up suggestions, they quickly became more than a suggestion. It then becomes an opportunity to take over the platform, which, in the end is what ended up happening. And I just want to beseech to my people, followers of you, people who support the work that you're doing, that I think it's also very important, sir, to respect the fact that if you are invested in a particular industry or thought pattern, and you have something you're working on, in as much as I, as a contributor or as a supporter, appreciate, I really can't have a say over the affairs of something that you're initiating and something that you're leading. Because I think, in as much as in Zimbabwe, people are fortunate to be very educated. So people always have some very, very good points, very, very factual things that they bring to light, which is okay, and that's warranted. But I think when it starts to sort of contradict with what the leadership is doing and where they are going, you have to understand that in as much as you mean well, you are starting to cause trouble. Because another person is going to come in and say, well, I think this is a bad idea, and why don't we do this? Why don't we do that? And I think the democracy in leadership ultimately doesn't work, because there still needs to be an ultimate respect. And I speak as someone who was a prefect from as far as school. And even as a little boy, as a prefect, I had a head boy who ultimately was technically our boss and our leader. And I think it was an opportunity that started grooming me to understand really that leadership is something that we have to respect, whether we're in full agreement, whether we are very knowledgeable in our own areas about what we know works better or what we can do best. It's okay for you to be allowed that rite of passage and thought process of, hey, we have been in touch with, an opportunity in Inyanga. I was very excited to hear where that was going. And I think it was okay for people to take a back seat and be like, okay, Mr. Augustine is working on something. There's some progress here. In as much as I have my really, really great idea in my back pocket, let me be patient and just hear where this is going. And I think when the opportunity is presented for me to bring forward something, then we can allow that to come to play. So I think this is something that I share with fellow fans and supporters of yours, because I am equally a supporter of your work as much as anyone who joins this channel, who follows you, who subscribes. There can never be room for us to then go on your video and be like, today you spoke about investment in mining or in agriculture. We think that's a terrible idea, and we think we should talk about this and that. I think, there is no place for that, because the moment we take that approach, we're actually starting to denigrate the work that you're doing, which I think, sir, you have built such integrity. And I want to just share with people that it takes a lifetime to build integrity. This man that we follow, guys, is was endorsed by a gentleman named Ruwa. And that was really the boom of probably the work he had been doing for many years prior. You were not like an overnight success. You know what I mean? You have been working on your business, your company, relationships from before we even knew you existed and your platform was available. And then you had the opportunity to be on different podcasts. And yes, now people know of who you are, but I think it's not fair for people to come up all of a sudden because they have acquainted with you online and then take away from everything you've worked hard on building to say, well, do you know what you're talking about? Or how long have you been doing this? Or you're not supposed to be the person who's dealing with this. And for me, that really discouraged me to say, how can someone stand up and say, I follow Mr. Ruwa Organic Farm, or RO as we call you. But at the same time, I'm the one person who comes in and raises my hand to denigrate him in front of people, especially in front of people, right? I think, one thing about, any leadership is that if you have a grievance with your boss, you probably don't want to bring it up in your board meeting, you know what I mean? Or in the staff meeting. You probably want to go see him quietly and be like, hey, boss man, I know you presented this during the meeting, but I think maybe what about if we do this? And I think it was respectable for people to be allowed room for that. I think you're a very gracious man, very understanding. It's okay for people to approach and be like, hey, this is what I'm thinking. But to kind of take away and tear down from the work you were doing on the platform in front of the 600 people and causing commotion and chaos, that was something that I was also now reprimanding, because that took away from the purpose of the platform. So, Mr. Augustine, I just want to just advocate for you, and as a fellow supporter, as much as everyone who's here is also a supporter, that if we support someone, if you are a fan of someone's music, art, sportsmanship, your role is really to support that person. Ultimately, the moment you go there and be like, oh, Sir Alex Ferguson, you need to remove this guy from the team, you're taking away from the purpose of support, which you should have come to do initially. So, sir, I just want to encourage you, man. You are such a strong man, given just this recent persecution that came your way. But I also know that it's something that won't tear you down, because you're a very level-headed man, very strong man, and your integrity speaks for itself. If there's anybody anywhere out there who is questioning, debating, doubting the credibility of everything that you do, I think that person needs to just go back, get to know you as a person. If you Google Ruwa Organic Farm, literally only good things are there, and people should look at that and read into that and get to know you more. Listen to different podcasts with different credible podcasters in Zimbabwe and from Ghana and elsewhere, and just to really get to know you. And when you have the opportunity to get to know this man, by the time he invites you on a group chat to be a part of an initiative, by the time he says, hey guys, this is what we're doing at Inyanga or whatever, you simply support it and you believe in it. Why? Because you have afforded yourself the opportunity to get to know the person. So I think for my people who are following you, this is what I share with you. Let's get to know the people who we admire. we support, who inspire us, such that even if they face persecution and even allegations from somewhere else, time and time again, I have people who are very influential who I follow and they inspire me. But someone occasionally has come up and said, this person did this and that, stole my money, blah, 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 blah. And usually some of those things, they have no substance whatsoever. But if you know that person, you can be the one of the few people who vouch to say, that story is not true because we know who this man is. So I think that's just important to share. And thank you, man, for just, braving it and staying the course. I was worried you were going to delete your channel and, stop working so hard to inspire the people who look up to you.
No, Captain, thank you so much for your help. I know we've spoken a few times behind the scenes as well. You really helped me, even at times where I was emotionally down, I was sleeping late, and you just, encouraged me to continue on. And I really, really appreciate that. I mean, I really needed that because I was so under pressure. This is not the first time that this has happened. When Wadamaya came to Zimbabwe, I was accused of so many things. And I could not understand why I was accused of these things. And it's so sad that it's happening again. So sometimes when I'm sat there thinking to myself, is it really worth engaging with Zimbabweans? What's wrong with us? I ask myself these questions. But then again, I have to remind myself that every time you try to do something good, there's always going to be people that want to break that positive thing. And in this case, this is what happened again. So thank you very much for your support, Captain. I really appreciate it.
Of course, sir. Of course, sir. And just to end on this note, sir, I was just wondering maybe if that can be something that helps people. I know a lot of people are here with ideas. They want to see things take off, different investment platforms. But I think you've got a powerful platform already that you could use just as a masterclass. Just try to just allow people to learn about what does investment even look like? What does it mean? Because I think people are so excited to go in a direction of investment. But I think as you were cultivating that group and that platform, people didn't really understand what the rules are for investment. So I think I underestimated that because, growing up in Zimbabwe, I think it's not a very spoken about subject, to be honest. The idea of investment in our economy had always been very wobbly. So just even banking itself, people have trust issues with that, let alone the rules of investment. So I think for the people who came up on the platform and kept asking, why are we doing this? Why would we do this? Why should we go in this direction? It's because they don't understand the rules. So I think you have a wonderful platform already for people to tune in, get to learn about investment, which I've been following you. So I think you've taught it through your farm, your different endeavors in Zimbabwe. All of that is investment, but I think sometimes people don't get it like that.
Yes.
So maybe, just a masterclass would be the first thing that anyone who is following your work needs an opportunity to look at. And I beseech for people to learn, sit down, learn about, okay, this is what investment looks like. So if I am to join and embark on this journey, I have a full understanding of what it is exactly I'm doing and what we're trying to achieve. So I think the masterclass is a must-have, sir.
Definitely. I'll definitely look into that. So, Captain, thank you very much for tuning in. I really, really appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Have a good one.
And you. Cheers. Right. Hello? 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 Okay. Hello?
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 Hi, I can hear you.
Right, you got feedback in the background. Can you...
Hello?
Yes, it should be off now.
Okay. Yes, thank you for calling in. I won't mention any names. You never know what's happening on the internet now. So go ahead and let's hear what you have to say.
we've spoken a few times actually. In the group, I referred myself to myself as Umuntu, and I'm probably one of the people that got attacked by Captain and calling me a Zanu.
No. Look. Hold on. Just let's talk about the contribution, and we don't want to really.
Yes, I'm getting there.
Yes.
I'm getting there because I think what's been happening for the last few minutes is that there's an echo chamber of people that think you've done amazing things. We can't take away from all the work you've done up until yesterday, because what transpired yesterday was that there's voice notes of you colluding, directly giving Mr. Banks the go ahead to go into the group and cause commotion. Did you
watch my video I released yesterday?
Yes, I did watch the video, but I'm saying
no. It's important. It's very important because
I don't doubt that. I'm just saying, how would you? There's voice notes of you.
I heard that. I addressed the voice notes. I did address that. Did you go and watch the video that I released 2 days ago?
I did watch the video.
Okay. And what did I say in the video?
You were playing along. You said you were playing along.
And what else did I say?
That's what I recall from you. But okay, let's address this particular one, because this one is literally a voice note of you saying to Mr. Banks that you want him to go to the group to cause chaos, right? And it's clearly your voice. You talking to him. You want him going to the group to cause chaos so he can buy you time to do what you needed to do in the background, etc. Right? And to that end, the reason I bring it up and I also bring up Captain is because when I asked something, I'm the person that was insisting on investment protection officer, saying that people need to be protected by somebody who is separate from the board, because there's a possibility that the board can indeed run away with money and stuff like that. The board can run away with the idea and do their own thing.
Okay, so let me respond to that. Let me respond to that because we don't want to spend too much time on this. I'll respond to that right away. So,
okay.
First of all, the structure of the company was that we didn't want a cooperative where there's one account and the company is flat. Okay, I spoke to a lot of people that gave me some advice on different structures of companies. Okay, so if you have a flat company, this is where if you have a board of, let's say, 5 people, if 3 of them vote, they can vote you out. That's number one. Number two, the money that's there can easily be controlled by one person. That is why you find that a lot of these initiatives that have been done before, one person who has access to the company and is the owner of the company will take that money and run away easily. No. Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. I'm getting there. So I advocated for a structure that was there to protect the investors and to protect the shareholder. I mean the main company, the holding company. How was this going to work? Well, the investors were going to have their own company called an SPV, Special Purpose Vehicle. You can go and read this up. This special purpose vehicle meant all the investors would have their own little business where they put all their money there. Okay, that's how I understood it. They put all their money there. They have their own board. They have their own control. Okay, and then I have my own business here on the side. Okay, which has a sub business in Zimbabwe. So how would the money flow? The money would flow in this manner. It comes from the investors. They agree on what projects they want to do. It comes to my company. It goes then to Zimbabwe, to the lawyers, and then it goes and pays what it needs to pay. So already, these investors are protected by their own board and their own leadership. This is
conversations you were having.
No. Hang on. I haven't finished. I haven't finished. The conversations that I was having, I told you. In fact, you were not one of those people that I spoke to. The people that I trusted, that I spoke to, I told them that I was getting pressure to form a company that I was not happy with. I'm not going to be there to put a company where my reputation is going to be messed up. So if you have a problem with the structure that I've just described, why do you need a protection officer? If the investors have their own board and their own people there. Right now we're having this live. If what I'm saying is incorrect, why don't you ask financial people? This idea you were bringing in, I felt that you're coming in to trying to feel like you have a solution that you're bringing in. Remember, we have people here that are qualified to and verify what I was presenting. I did long videos where I was describing the structure of the business. So what's the problem?
I'm not querying the rejection.
No. Listen to my point. You came into the group suggesting a protection officer. You tell me which company has that type of structure, a protection officer. What's that about? So you want to come in as if you are the savior of what we are working on. And this is why Captain spoke to you the way he did. Because everything is there. We discussed everything. With a person who has qualifications in the financial industry. And now you come in. Do you have a financial background? No. You're just coming up with ideas after so much work has been put in this. This is where the problem is. Secondly, if you're saying, okay, I say those things. Yes, I say those things in that audio. Do you know why? Because this person was stressing me behind the scenes. And I just told him, hey, this is what's going to happen. Did we act on it? Absolutely not. If I were to suggest something that was going to mess up everyone's investment, everyone has the right to reject before they part with their money. I did not propose anything at that stage.
So what you're saying to us is that everything that was all the voice notes and stuff that you're saying, you were just trying, you were playing Mr. Banks.
What do you mean I was playing Mr. Banks?
Because you literally, there's voice notes of you talking to him and telling him what to go and do in the group, asking him to go and cause chaos, for instance. And it's not the only voice note. Mm-hmm. There's loads of voice notes of you saying things that are contrary to what you're saying now. That's why I'm saying that you have not addressed the voice notes.
I'm addressing it. I'm addressing it right now. I'm addressing it right now. And the way I'm addressing it, if you're not listening, are you listening to what I'm saying?
When you say to Mr. Banks, Iweweka, go to the group and create chaos, right? To buy me time.
You know what? I don't think we're getting anywhere with this, because I've had you on this channel and basically you were causing a lot of problems right from the beginning, coming up with this protection officer. You tell me any business that has a protection officer on structures that were already there in the group. Did I propose anything? Did I take anyone's money? No. So what do you want me to say? Everyone who's listened to those audio voices can tell that something was going on. So anyway, I think I'm done with this call. All right. Oh my goodness. This is crazy. Let's try a different caller. Hello?
Hi.
Yes, hi.
Hi, Augustine. How are
you? You are live, by the way.
How are you doing? You good?
Yeah, getting there.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah, I just wanted to add a few nuggets to the discussion. As I've always said, you've done a very, very great thing. So in addition to what all the other gentlemen have said, I don't want to take too much of your time. I think just in addition to, I think there were about 3-4 guys that spoke before the gentleman who just spoke. They were sort of hinging on the same sentiments. Ruwa Organic is your baby. And we have all been following your thoughts. And it's something that we need, not want, as a nation, as a people, to find our footing on these global challenges that we find ourselves facing. So what I wanted to add was, in addition to what they've already said, I do realize that you don't know any one of us personally, and you've never met any one of us personally. But what I really feel strongly about is, like any other organization that we have in the UK, which either works with very vulnerable people that requires for you to be in a very high rank in terms of dealing with people, finances, etc. If you want to be a social worker, you need to have your DBS. And if you want to become an accountant, you need to have your finances in place. They check your financial conduct by Experian, TransUnion. So, because you don't know any one of us, I can see Mr. Mazo is on there. He's a very trustworthy guy. He's in Nottingham. I know him personally, and I've known him for the past 20 plus years. However, that's my own opinion. Other people might have opinions about him, or other people might have opinions about other people, but he's publicly available. And in addition to that, you can then, if you're selecting your own group of people, you can then do these checks. Because if I'm going to stand in a position or for a position within your organization, I'm expected to be checked. Financially worthiness and DBS worthiness. I can guarantee you that this will remove all the chaff that might cause similar occurrences. We need this. And I can't stress how much we need this to work for us and for our children, because right now the people in the diaspora, we are lost. I can give a reference to when those people went into the diaspora and the Bible to say they were no longer at home. They needed to go home. They were 40 years in the desert. That's exactly what we're doing. We are lost. We need to find our footing. And for most of us, I'm sure a lot of people will agree to this. We need to build our own country. We need to make sure that we find something for ourselves. And this is what you've started. We can then talk about what we need to invest in with the team that you would have selected, because in this country there is no bribe to say, well, if I bribe you, I will have a good DBS, or if I bribe you, I will have a good credit rating. It doesn't work like that. These are things that these people have worked with or for over a long period of time. So there's never going to be a way where they're going to say, okay, well, I'm going to give you my clean DBS, because these are electronically checked. You provide your documents, and then they check you, and you will have that team that you'll be able to provide documents to say, okay, well, guys, when I was doing my screening, this is what I found out. And I think that's the basis of what you have done, and that's what we now need to build upon, to say, okay, well, now that we have a team, financially checked, DBS checked, then we start from there. But stopping this vehicle that you've started, I think it would be a wrong move. It would be a wrong move. For some people, like you're founders. You create a vision for everyone else to follow, right? Leadership is built that way. Unfortunately, not all of us are built to be good leaders. Some are leaders, but they use their leadership skills for the wrong things. So now that you've started RO, like what Captain was referencing, RO is now something that's fundamentally great. You have put yourself out there, right? If there was something bad that you'd have done in your past will always follow you. Would have had stories, would have had people writing about you. And what I know is our social media or the internet do not forget. We would have had a record of you doing the wrong things. But no, we haven't seen anything. We haven't had anything. And your three key statements, accountability, transparency, and I've forgotten the last one, but you've been consistent with those. That's what we want. That's what we crave for. But above all, democracy, but democracy guided by basic fundamentals, like DBS checks and financial checks. those who sift, I can guarantee you they will sift a lot of chaff. So
no, I agree with you. I think that's the challenge that we had, because you can imagine on social media, how do you check, 600 people? And this thing, to be honest with you, it grew so fast that in 1 week we were getting 500, 600 people. And I was thinking to myself, oh my goodness, this is just way too much. I underestimated that live we did and the result that it brought. I really underestimated it. So yeah, it is very, very difficult to try and do that. If I'm going to start this again, definitely it has to be done differently, especially the checks, because look at the headache that we have to go through now. And it's...
No, I totally get it. Not everyone comes to your table with good intention. Not everyone is going to come with good intentions. And as you have said, unfortunately, now we're going to have to start with a very small number. We could have done something phenomenal with these numbers. But again, like-minded people who understand your vision, people who want to bank on your vision and see where you want to take this, right? Because for some of us, we want to invest in you, not anyone else. Everyone who's probably joined that group because they're following you and your vision, right? Some don't even know how to invest. Like what Captain was saying, a lot of people don't understand how investments work, how to even set up some of these investments or what to do with their money. They just have money. But they also realize that they need something that they can create an investment out of. So that's where you came in. You were their plug. So I really now want you to go back to your drawing board, right? Same people who are here, imagine people have, like in the UK right now, it's 17 past 11. We are here to listen to what like-minded people have to say, but most importantly, on your platform, right? And if we continue with this, it's something that, with greater things. Look at Traore. For him to get to where he is now, he had to conduct a coup. But what he's done is amazing for his people. So by sifting away the chaff, right, you are remaining with the organic people, which now create that Ruwa Organic, and all these people will definitely take us somewhere, because I'm not the only one who's going to benefit. My children's children will probably benefit from what has been started here. Although we don't know exactly what it is that we are going to do, but just coming together as a group of people with like-minded ideas. I like the guy who had the idea of the school, right? He's found people that can help him do what he wants to do. But it's stemming from this gathering. We are not going to say we're going to put the school idea out of the way, because that's helping our community.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
That's our country, it's our community. So it's amazing that we're having these ideas. If we can use this platform to execute them. But now, you now have so many measures to use. Because as you've highlighted time and time again, that we are all strangers.
Yes.
But like with any employer, when they're employing you, you're a total stranger to them. They do their checks, they do references,
yes,
background checks to say, okay, well, you've come, you say you've got the skills, we've done an interview on you. Okay, now for you to be able to come on board, we do overboarding, where we do 2 references, your DBS, and then your financial fraud statement, if it comes through, if you're going to be handling finances, that's what we then do. If you are agreeable to that, we then agree with the rest of the people to say, can we now pay for this person to be go through these processes to pay for the DBS and to pay for the experience check. I think once we have that on board, we're all good to go.
Yeah. No, I agree with you 100%. And yeah, but I've just realized that it's not easy.
No, it's never going to be easy. But when you're creating something new from nothing, especially from, as you've said time and time again, we are all strangers. But what brings us together is we speak the same language, we've got the same color, we come from the same continent. That's what brings us together.
Yes.
So I guess that's a start.
No, I agree with you, and you know, your words are very powerful, because to be honest with you, there are times where I felt like, you know what, why am I even putting so much effort in this? Why am I so caring and putting so much effort in this? I might as well just leave it. But I've just realized that there's a lot of people, you know, who want to see something positive happen, you know? At one point, we're all going to retire. And I'm sure deep down, most people want to retire back home. But there's no opening right now to retire back home. And this was going to be that vehicle that was going to allow this to happen. So, yeah, I think it would be sad for me to walk away. But at the same time, I have to accept that it's not going to be easy, you know? I think that's just the reality.
That's the reality of it. It's not going to be easy. And I'll reaffirm you to say, with leaders, when you are given a gift of being a leader, right, and for others to follow you, that charisma alone carries a lot of weight. Just being responsible for another human being. You have mentioned that you have kids, right? Just having the responsibilities of being able to feed your own children. That's a massive responsibility, but you get used to it because you have the first one. You don't have all of them at the same time, right? You have the first one, you have the second one, you have the third one. By the time you have the fourth one or the fifth one, you've already mastered the system. But when you had the first one, the sleepless night, those are the ones that got to you because they are coming from a different world. They are joining your world. They are now learning your sleeping patterns because probably in their mother's tummy they were sleeping at whatever time they wanted and walk whatever time they wanted to. Right? It's always amazing. It's always amazing. And we are not saying that we want old people to join this. We want younger people as well to join into this. We want to help them understand their finances, something that we were never taught growing up. But we don't have those platforms. This is the right platform. Because we are learning as we are going. For me, transparency is key because the moment I see that my money is being used for this, if it fails and I'm looking at it, I know that we all tried.
Yes.
Right? We can see that our leader is trying to do things, but there are going to be stumbling blocks. But these stumbling blocks, if we come together, we will probably overcome them in a better way together than on my own. I think there was a caller who mentioned this as well, to say it's always good to meet and be a team. There's no I in team. We collectively come through, but Ruwa Organic has given us this platform, right? Now, with what has happened, let's then create something that's foolproof, right? Because for me, I advocate for the younger generation because I'm putting myself in the we parties in the older generation, because we have already made our mistakes. We need new, fresh brains. Whether it be IT, whether it be finances, whether it be, because we have had bad experiences coming from home in terms of our economic structure. But here, the economics works. They will know more. They will know how to tackle some of these things better, right? But with our guidance, we'll be like, oh, no. If you do this, you probably face this and that. are now. And as a learning curve, we will overcome all this. We'll definitely overcome this. And I'm sure there are a few more people who feel the same way I do. And I'm happy that we have these people who are sitting here and talking about it.
No,
So
I agree with you. And thank you very much for your words of encouragement. I really, really appreciate this. And I think you just have to hit the reset button and get started again. And accept that, it is a marathon. You can't sprint a marathon,
Certainly.
Yes. All right.
So
thank you very much.
I want to take a lot of time there. I think there are other people who also want to have the same.
Yes,
so,
yes.
Thank you for the time you've shared.
All right. Thank you so much for calling. Cheers. Bye-bye.
No worries. Cheers. Bye.
Okay. Right. Let's go for our next caller here. Hello. Yes. You are live. How are you?
Yeah. Thank you so much, man, for taking my call. I'm all right, man. How are you going?
Hello. Sorry.
Yes. How are you going? I can hear you.
Yes. It's been tough. But
yeah. It can never be easy, man. It can never be easy. But at the end of the day, I was actually imagining myself, in a retirement home in a gated community in the northern suburbs of Harare, whilst I'm enjoying my investments from Nyanga. I was already picturing myself there, man, and so excited.
Yeah, unfortunately.
But all the same.
Yeah, unfortunately, we had to hit a stumbling block. But anyway, such is life.
Yeah, we meet people like that. People with ulterior motives and stuff. But it happens, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but maybe we just went open and we didn't know each other quite well. So I've got a similar experience before where people group together trying to do an investment. So it was not like an open thing. People, they know each other. So you've got some connections. So the way the group was recruiting before, the one that I'm referring to, which were the group which was investing in a school in Mozambique.
Mm-hmm.
So I was recruited by my brother, who was recruited by the other friend of his. So everyone will be like almost knowing each other. There will be no strangers. So like let's say in Australia you have got one contact yourself who you trust.
Mm-hmm.
So in Australia we then create that network. It's easier for us to meet around in Australia.
Right.
Or the small people in Australia we meet. Small people in UK you meet. In South Africa they do the same thing. And then, since now we have met and through connections, not just from joining with via the link, and then create a group, and then we then went on to contribute like the joining fee that was being proposed at the group previously.
Mm-hmm.
So in Australia, we'll meet, say, guys, right? There is this joining fee, who is going to be handling the monies. Everyone contributes. They say for that one it was just $50. So we will pay our $50 to the person around here in Australia. People in South Africa, they were also paying their monies to a person who they know they're in South Africa. Likewise in UK and Mozambique and Zimbabwe. And then now we then come now to a group. to a common group now. All the people in different countries. So we are meeting the people who have committed.
Right.
We have got who actually know each other in a certain way. We have met each other in that particular country. So that way now. We are networked. We have got our money. Joining fees and whatever, and then we start now moving this vehicle forward. Trying now to set up structures and all this now, which we are trying to do, but it only been coordinated by people who knew each other.
Okay,
I might not be knowing a person in UK, but the person who here in Australia, he is actually also the other people who they know here in Australia. We meet, and so that way we have got some connectivity somewhere.
So basically, you're saying that this needs to be something where it's referral based rather than just getting random people. So if someone joins, let's say I know someone from the UK, that's someone who's part of the core has to introduce someone they know to come in.
They know.
Ah.
Yes. So they know. So whenever a person, let's say it is a suspicious person who raised whatever that things in the group, and then say who connected you here, so we can actually trace and say, so you brought this person and what have you. And even vetting now, when we are actually in there now, it will be easy now to say, okay, guys, just check and what have you. Now we have got real names now in there, so it's like we know each other somehow, not just coming and joining by the link. No one will join by the link. You contact the person and let's say like a coordinator sort of, wherever based in Australia, and then after you do a background check and who introduced you, who referred you. Okay, you pay you do your that joining fee. Yes. So we now have money. We now have the people who are committed. And then we are now on the group. Let's say we want to say 100 people or whatever. The ones that I'm talking about, the ones for the school in Mozambique, they just said, no, we wanted only 48 people. And through referrals and what have you, we then come in and then the things started moving.
This idea, I think this is the best, one of the best ideas that has been put forward, because I was just scratching my head wondering how, even if we're going to start again, how would this thing grow? But I guess it has to be nice and slow with a group of trusted people. And that referral thing, I think it's practical, and I can see that working, definitely. Because what you mentioned, there was a young man yesterday who called me and said, Mkoma, I'm very sad today. And I said, why? He says, look, I'm only 29 and I have no house back home in Zimbabwe. I don't have a house here in the UK. And your platform was going to at least give me hope, because I don't have 80,000, 100,000 cash to buy a house back in Zimbabwe. But your platform was giving me hope to pay slowly as a group of people, to at least know that in 10, 15 years time, I have my own house and I have some sort of passive income, just like how you said in the beginning. And now that dream is gone.
Exactly.
It's
gone. It's blown out of the window, by some people who come with those ulterior motives, because it's really difficult. Some people are out there, they don't have like those big jobs and what have you, but if it's saying I'm contributing my 2,000, my 3,000 every other maybe 3 months or 4 months, I raise another one. I raise another 3,000. 5 months, 6 months down the line, I raise another. Contributing into there, because I know that we are going bulk. We're going to buy big land and then subdivide it. I'll be having my stand there in the northern suburbs and what have you.
Yes.
And, 10 years time, I can own a house, unlike I've been out there in the diaspora for the past 10, 12 years, but I've got actually nothing to touch to say this is what I have back home, It's a scratch there, scratch there, scratch there. But this was actually I was dreaming myself in the northern suburbs already.
Yes. Now it's heartbreaking, for this to come to this position. But you know what? I'm taking your contribution. I think this is a very, very important way of growing this. Let's try and make it happen, and see how far it takes us. Yeah, I mean, these are the type of contributions, I'd like to hear where at least we are moving forward, and at least we can have like-minded people like this, and we just try and carry that dream. Even me, it's hard. I remember, because I'm one of those people that came to the UK 2001 up until 2023. It was so difficult to go home to nothing. It's not easy.
It's very difficult, man.
It's very, very difficult.
Because Zimbabwe, it's a cash economy, man. It's a cash economy. You can't get a mortgage. You can't. So you need these type of crowdfunding things, and it'll be easy. It'll be actually very easy. Yeah.
No, I agree with you. Anyway, thank you very much for your contribution. I really appreciate it.
Thanks so much for taking my call.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye. Right. There's been some contributions here. Fantastic. Mufasa's son just contributed $9.99. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. We also have Diamond Subway. Thank you so much for the contributions. It really goes a long way. And it just shows your appreciation of this. So thank you so much for your contributions. Okay, let's see if there's anyone. So while I'm checking if we have any callers, I'd also like to say if anyone has been approached by anyone claiming to be Ruwa Organic or Augustine, please, it's not me. I'm not collecting any money. I'm not collecting any contributions. This is the number you need to call. I also have a reference number there, crime reference number. Please, you do call, make your calls. If anyone has already paid anyone, please go ahead and please go ahead and report this case as soon as possible. I've spoken to the National Fraud Intelligence Bureau, and cybercrime is a very, very serious thing. And also, recording someone, just so you know, if you record someone in private, it is a crime, because chances are people want to blackmail you with this kind of information. So that is a crime, especially here in the UK. I'm not sure anywhere else. Recording someone without their knowledge is a crime. So just bear that in mind, just in case you may want to do this, against someone or whatever it is a crime. But please, for those of you who have been approached, take a look at Action Fraud highlights everything that has happened. They have my case there, and I'm just afraid that people that were on my Ruwa Organic channel that has been taken over might be contacted behind the scenes. So please go ahead and make sure that you call. And I've just had another contribution. Oh my goodness, Stendai, thank you so much for the £50. This is amazing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I mean, to be honest with you, this really makes me very emotional to know that there's a lot of supporters out there. And, it's just amazing, that you guys are behind me and you really want to make this happen. And also these contributions do go very far. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Okay, so I think it's time for another call. I think I got a call here. I'm just going to call back. Let's have a look. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Oh, thank you so much for taking my call.
Yeah, no problem. Go ahead. What's your contribution?
No, I just wanted to say I've been watching your stream, and I'm only 20 years old, so I feel quite young, but you're a great inspiration in terms of planning for retirement and just thinking about the future. And I'm from Nepal as well. So I moved to the UK like 20 years ago. So I'm currently 1. So I've been here for like my whole life. And my parents are at the same stage as yours. So like they're trying to move back to Nepal, and like the similarities are so crazy. It's like very similar situations. And yeah, I just wanted to say I've learned a lot from you, and this experience has been really good.
Wow. This is amazing. This is amazing. So are you trying to invest as well back home, or what's the plan?
Yeah, no, that's what I've been thinking about. Because, growing up here, like even a lot of the people who are from here, they're like, oh, they hate the UK and they want to leave. So for me, as someone who's like, my parents migrated here and I grew up here, it's very interesting to observe that and see that like people here want to leave. So like for me, it's like maybe I should be considering going back home and thinking about the future. Because especially if my parents move back home, then obviously I have to go visit them and obviously make sure that they have a house and make everything ready for them, because they're quite old at the moment. So they're basically retired. So that's what I'm thinking about. Like me and my sister are basically planning for them and seeing how we can support them as we get our jobs. And I'm graduating uni next year. So that's what I've been thinking about.
Fantastic. I mean, you're really focused, and definitely you're looking at an option which is very, very good. And I can almost guarantee you that your parents will really appreciate that, because sometimes just that feeling of being back home is fantastic. But the challenge is if there's nothing there, it is also very, very difficult, because it can be very challenging. So I'm glad that you are thinking along these lines. But the one thing I want to tell you is it's not going to be easy, but just keep trying very hard, because remember one thing, if it was easy, everyone will be doing it. So you just have to know that you have to put in a bit extra work for you to achieve that goal. But you are on the right track. You are definitely on the right track.
Yeah, no, the issue with them is they have money in Nepal, but obviously they don't have a house, you need to go through the process like you, of like building the house, and like they're going to run into similar problems like you, of like people not being trustworthy and stuff like that. But obviously they have family connections, so hopefully they might be able to help. But yeah, they have the money there, but they just need to build a house and make sure everything is prepared for them. And yeah, like one thing I was saying was they're quite old, and like they're not, for you have like some sort of like ambition, like you're a young person, and I think that's great to see, because like my parents are quite old and they're not as ambitious, and I was wondering like how do you keep that ambition as you get older? That's one of my main questions I wanted to ask you.
Yeah, it's through a lot of experience, because sometimes things change over time. Because when I came over here to the UK, at first I was just fascinated by just how it's a different environment. But when you start thinking of retirement, then it's a different topic you're tackling now, because then that requires you to sort of set up your base, make sure you have all the things that you may need around you in order for you to retire comfortably. So the ambition you're asking is kept alight by just how I want my retirement to be. Do you see what I mean? So that's where that really comes from, and that's where the ambition is kept on firing, if so to say. So
I guess you have like a limited amount of time, so I guess you need to make sure you get it done before you reach that old age and you're no longer able to do it.
Exactly. So it has to.
That's the problem that
Yes. So I have a limited time to make things comfortable for me. So that is why I have to keep pushing. And if you followed my channel, you can see I document pretty much everything, my highs, my lows, mostly my lows, because I'm learning everything as I'm going. I mean, like, for example, even this idea of investing, I'm learning as I'm going. And yeah, it hasn't been very easy, but I have to keep fighting. But young man, you're on the right track, and I encourage you to learn as much as you can about finance and money. This is one thing that coming from Zimbabwe, we're not taught about money. But the moment you start learning about money, how it works and how to invest your money and how to spend it, I think that'll be a breakthrough for you. So I'd really encourage you to start thinking along those lines and learn about finance, be financial literate. That is very, very important.
Yeah, no, I think it's definitely true. I think my parents, like, you know, even though they had money, they didn't learn about it. So, like, even though they have money, they just don't know what to do with it. So they just have money, like, sitting in a bank account, and obviously it's losing money to inflation.
Yes.
And they're not getting it to work, you know, investing and, like, preparing for how it can be used in the future. So I think hopefully I'm learning from my parents' mistakes, and hopefully they'll be beneficial for me in the future.
Yes, absolutely.
And yeah, it's great to hear your story as well.
Yes, absolutely. So anyway, thank you very much for calling in. It's been great chatting to you, and all the best for your future.
All right. Thank you very much, man. I love the channel.
All right. Thank you so much. Wow. Okay. I think that's the first caller from, was it Nepal? Hey, it's always very nice to hear people listening from different countries. That's fantastic. All right. So we have another caller here. Let's have a look. Let's see if we can go through. Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Yes, you are live?
Hello.
You're live on YouTube Live.
Oh, hi, Ruwa Organic.
How are you?
I just wanted to call in. I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Not too bad. Not too bad. Yes, go ahead.
I don't really have a question, but I just wanted to say congratulations on all the good work you're doing, and just want to say I appreciate your channel. Just want to keep up the good work, and just keep on doing what you're doing. I think you're a great asset to Zimbabwe. Just wanted to say congratulations, and just thank you for all the work you're putting in. I know it's a lot of work, and I just want to say we appreciate you.
That's lovely to hear, and without people like you, I mean, I wouldn't be where I am, because you are dedicated to watching my videos and doing the thumbs up, liking them, and this is how you are supporting me. So thank you so much for your support. I mean, your words mean a lot to me. Definitely, they mean a lot to me.
Oh, thank you so much. And I just want to say we enjoy watching your channel. I have my family watching you, my kids, and I call everybody to just watch and subscribe. Just want to show my support to you. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
And,
awesome.
Yeah, enjoy your day. Just thank you for accepting my call.
All right. Thank you so much for your support. Really appreciate it.
All right. Have a good one.
Cheers. Bye-bye. Wow. That is amazing. That is amazing. Sometimes when I make these videos, I have no idea who is watching these videos behind the scenes. And to hear that people are actually, sitting down and watching them, this puts a smile on my face. Definitely, this has made my day, So that's really cool. Okay, let's see if I missed another call here. Yes, I think I have one more call. Okay, let's see if this call is going to be answered. Right, okay. Hello?
Good evening, brother. How are you doing?
I'm good. Good evening. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. I'm fine, thank you. I've been listening to the conversation.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with most of the things that people are saying about how things happen, and for you to keep on going forward in the vision that we all joined up to about coming together as Zimbabweans and building something together with the real estate, agriculture, whatever venture that we end up finding ourselves in. And yeah, I appreciate that. And I champion you for that, to bringing 600, almost 700 Zimbabweans in one place. Kudos to you. 100% kudos to you. If I'm really free to talk, to address certain things, like I heard you ask a question at the start of this live, what went wrong? The other thing, from my observation, what went wrong was the moderators the way of looking at certain things. Because it's social media, people are gonna say whatever they're gonna say. But in a platform where people are trying to get to know each other, and you know each other, you know someone based on how they are also reacting to something that has said. And it's kind of also tricky when it comes to written text. Written text is also read based on how someone is feeling at that moment. So that's what also complicates when it comes to written text. So that's what something that also contributed into the fall of the group. Then I think you know. Right? Then me, I'll put it out there. I broke the rule. I was speaking to other people because I wanted to know. I wanted to know who's in this group and what they're about, so also they can know, right? And I chose to do that because the way I look at it, if I'm in a lobby, in a hotel, wherever, or maybe I'm walking down the street, it's communication. It's just the basic human skill of just let's get to know each other. And social media. I grew up on social media since MySpace before it became Skype, since MSN Messenger before it became Skype, since MyPlace before Facebook. So I'm just like that. That's how I grew up, right? I know I'm younger than you, but that was part of my childhood. So when I came up, and also knowing how people are on the internet, I don't have no Facebook, I don't have no Instagram. No, I have Instagram, but I rarely go there because I know how people are in comments and all of these things. Because people rather front than wanting to engage. That's why I'm going back to the comments. People are high text a lot. Because me calling you and also you verbally saying things when you post videos, the videos that attracted me to you was because of me resonating with how you are as a person. And that resonating is just the passion and also the pain that I recently felt because I'm just a new farmer about the recent. So I know the pain. And we've had a conversation that, if you had known me, you told me that. If you had known me, but I didn't know me. But I just decided to do things by myself. So everyone in the group also, whether they are professionals, whether they are not professional, but most people came because of you. I don't know how many percentage of people were there in the group because of you, or the scamming thing. I don't know. But we're living in a crazy world also where, because of AI, people are not even commenting. There's like even on YouTube channels, it's not real people commenting anything. It might look very appetizing reading someone's comments, but it's not a real person because AI technology. If there's people who used to do traffic machine and like Excel to get money and clicking ads, I did that at some point years ago.
Can you come closer to the mic? People are saying they can't hear you. Can you come closer to the mic?
Oh, sorry, my bad. Sorry. I'm using codes. My bad.
Okay.
Is it fine right now?
Are you closer to the mic now?
Yeah, I'm closer to my pause here. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yeah, you still sound quite far, to be honest.
I still sound quite far.
Yes.
Can you just give me a second here? I can switch to my other pod. Momento. Let me just switch to my other pod. Hello?
Yes.
Is that better?
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe.
We'll check from the chat.
Yeah. Yeah, I think maybe the battery was dying. That's the reason why. So hopefully most people have heard what I was saying. Like I joined the live. I joined the group because of your passion. So that one I won't dismiss it. We spoke a few times already. Privately, we spoke. Your conversation, our first conversation was like almost 3 hours.
Yep.
Yeah. So we spoke. And I've been on the terrace for a little bit, and we had that last conversation when you told me like, oh yeah, yeah, you know what you said, right? Then I'm like, okay, let me engage. So I started typing my 2 cents, yeah. But what I was noticing, because I'm just an observer, right? When you observe, yeah, it's better to observe before you start talking things, so you can get a clear picture. So when I started noticing certain things like how the moderators were responding to certain individuals, I didn't appreciate that. Then I voiced my opinion. Then my comment was removed. So in a group of people, yeah, we consider each other as adults. When things are happening like that, yeah, it ends up causing friction.
Yeah.
Because to me, just a no-brainer. Just leave the comment.
Yeah.
Like I'll use first an example, right? When I had to ask you to retract the comment that you made on your own YouTube page, because it so happened I saw it early, and you decided to listen to me, right? Remember that, and you corrected it, because that one was gonna look. That was a bad comment, but we established that you were under pressure, and you commented without really looking into the comment, the question. Remember?
I remember that. I remember.
So that's the thing about comment. Right? Me, I disagree with all your moderators in how they were dealing with people. I disagree with that. Because as a moderator, you're supposed to politic. You're supposed to be neutral. And you just have conversation. We have to disagree, right? Because we are grown. And we're trying to find a way to know each other also in a platform that also has rules that we're not supposed to know each other. So I agree with the uncle who mentioned earlier on that, look, the conference and all of these things, right? It's a good thing for people to know each other. I remember during COVID, when I joined Clubhouse was through invitation. If you messed up on Clubhouse here before it was open, now everyone can join here, because it was in a society situation that was happening in Clubhouse, right? So you know someone, so I got invitation because I knew someone because of what I do, right? And if that person does something in Clubhouse, you the one who's invited that person, you also get kicked out also. That was the Clubhouse rule around that time. Now those rules are gone. And I remember years ago, some people don't even know that Gmail was only through invitation. And I got invitation also. Somehow, the way I live my life, I get invited when things are about to start happening.
Yeah.
That's how I...
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think what we've learned from this is we can always learn, and move on. So I agree with you. Maybe this invite thing was supposed to be something that we were supposed to have implemented right in the beginning, because we were growing too fast. But anyway, let's. Thank you very much for your contribution. There are also other calls waiting to come through, and it's getting late now. We've already been doing this for almost 2 hours. So,
brother, can I say something before I go? Right?
Okay.
And this is just also my observation, right? The thing that I'm gonna say is to do with the audios. The audios are something very interesting to those who really listen to them. I listen to them. Some of them I listen to them twice already, trying to understand, and I've come to my own conclusion. And I heard the brother that called earlier on that you end up dismissing and cut the phone. I would say you shouldn't know, like that wasn't. Yeah, I know people in the comments are saying, "Oh,
no." Okay, let me answer that because that is very important. Listen to my point. Listen to my point. No. Before you go.
Let me just.
I don't want to cut the phone. I don't want to cut the phone on you. I'm just saying.
No, it's okay if you're gonna cut the phone.
No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. No, let me say something.
And finish my statement. Can you allow me just to finish my statement?
No, you know why? You know why I'm not allowing you to do that?
Can you just allow me?
No, I'm not going to allow you.
I'm just asking you.
No. I'm not allowing you to do that because I've addressed that. I've addressed that already. I'm not allowing you to do that.
We can finish talking then. I'm just asking you. So
no, I don't want. No, I don't want to respond to that because.
You don't know what's coming next.
No. I don't want to address that. I don't want to address the cause now and waste everyone's time here because I've addressed it already. Right. Secondly,
much appreciated, brother.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Mufasa's son says, "Here we go, as I suspected." He came with his conclusion. Yeah, it's very difficult. I have to now address those voice calls on someone that has taken over my channel that I created from 2023. Can you imagine? I have to now address that. Have I taken any money here? No. Did I ask for any money? No. Did I introduce a company right now? No. Just so that you know, guys, do you know that there is people right now who are claiming that I sold shares in our group worth 240,000? I've sold shares. I mean, where? To who? And these audios are circulating around now. And it just frustrates me that I still have to address this here. I'm not going to be addressing someone who took over my WhatsApp group in a criminal way. And this is why I'm saying we have the police now involved. Look at that. This is crazy. Anyway. Bongani says you were caught before you could execute your plan. Okay, let's assume that is correct. If I'm going to execute a plan where it's going to be dodgy and I'm going to be stealing money, well, my question to you is, did I ask you for anything? That's question number one. Did I work on what I was saying? No. Do you know why I said what I said to that admin? Do you even know exactly what was going on behind the scenes? For me to say that, do you know why? This is why I'm saying to the close people that I trusted, they are well aware of the pressure that I was getting behind the scenes. And that's all I have to say for that. Okay. Let's see. Do we have someone else who was trying to call? It's crazy. Someone steals from you, and then now I have to explain why things were stolen. It's ridiculous. Right now, all your numbers, your phone numbers, they were taken. As a matter of fact, today I was called by one of the ladies from the group. She was contacted while she was asleep by the very same person that took over the group. Again, she was forced to go on a three-way call, which she did not ask for, similar to what happened to me, with people that I did not ask for. Look at Strive Masiwa. Did I ask for me to speak to him? Where does he fit into this whole thing? This whole idea of investments, it's meant for the what? For the diasporans. So now I'm having all these, you need to speak to such and such. You need to speak to, why do I have to speak to them? Who am I anyway? Did I ask for it? Right now, as we speak, we have people being called behind the scenes against their will because people came to join my group. I don't have control for that group right now. I mean, for those numbers. And I feel bad for everyone whose number is out there exposed to this guy who's calling people behind the scenes. Yes, I have said things that may sound very, very dodgy behind the scenes, but I am sure you guys are smart enough to know that there's no way I can present something to you and then you just take it on face value. You would question it. You would question it. So what's the problem? Did I ask for any money? Did I ask for anyone to contribute anything? If you recall, I was actually the one who was saying, I do not want to collect anyone's money until we have a proper structure in place. So what's the issue? Anyway, someone saying, Bongani, you came to the wrong party. Yeah, it's crazy how, people come up with all these narratives, It's ridiculous. Anyway, do you have anyone who wants to call in? Maybe we can take 1 or 2 calls. I mean, this has already been 2 hours, 18 minutes. I don't plan to have this a 3-hour or 5-hour one because I'm really tired. So if anyone wants to call, just give us a ring. The number is there on the screen. In fact, let me have it this way. Yeah, that's the number. And anyway, by the way, while we're waiting for a call, please, if anyone was asked to pay any monies to anyone claiming to be Ruwa Organic or Augustine, or you have already paid, please call that number because definitely that person is not me. And I've already heard 2 voice messages of people saying they paid a lot of money. So they need to report that with their evidence of who they paid that money to. Definitely that person was not me. So that's the crime reference number there on the screen. Go ahead and make that call if you have been called or if you have been harassed. That's the number you need to call. Anyway. Looks like we don't have anyone calling now, so I guess we might need to call this a day. But before I go, I would like to say, yeah, it's still early days as to what's going to happen next. I think definitely we have to do things differently. Okay, just bear with me. I think this is a call coming through. That's one of the callers calling me on my other number. So anyway, he's going to call very soon so we can hear what he has to say. Hello and welcome. You're live.
Yes, good evening, everybody. I'm glad that finally everybody gets to catch up because there's been a lot of work that's happened. And of course, there's a lot of losses as well that have happened.
Yes, good evening. Definitely a lot has happened and a lot of time has been wasted behind the scenes trying to sort things out. But yes, go ahead. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on where did we go wrong in all of this?
Okay, first of all, people need to understand, okay, whatever you want to do today is very possible, and this is the problem because people, they don't want to believe the reality. We're living in a digital world. So whatever you want to do, it's possible, right? But what you have to do is you have to be part of a registered scheme where you can legally do the due diligence. They have an office, they have some minimum requirements, they have a phone number, they have a secretary, they have a receptionist. And of course, that's not going to happen in one day. And of course, the other thing which a lot of people forgot and didn't understand is when we talk about board of directors, it's not one board. There's actually more than 7 or even less than 7 boards that have to be aligned in order for the project to happen. Now, of course, the project of this size, you don't need 7 people. You probably need boards with 3 to 5. So I don't know exactly what went wrong, but it's not a loss, except I understand there is a cyber crime that's in process. You're not allowed to talk about it.
Yes, that's correct. I can't go into detail regarding that, but from your experience, what structure do you think could have worked for this project?
Okay, let me make it very simple to you. This first loss that you are experiencing, I know that your followers, they think that you've made a loss and this is never going to work. That is called a cyber loss. So when you are in a corporation that manages investments, those are some of the things that even your regulators, they're going to say, how do you control your WhatsApp groups and all that? And I was even shocked that you mentioned that the guy took it over, because you're the one who has to be firmly in over, because you're the founder. And of course, founders are always the problem when things go wrong. And when things go right, interestingly enough, you're going to find that some people are going to claim that they founded your project. So I don't know what goes wrong, but think about the social part of the question.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's tough. And, just you saying that, I've just realized that, well, it was my problem that I didn't put the measures in for me to be taken over. I mean, for someone to take over my channel like that, And it's a tough pill to swallow, because sometimes, you base this on trust, which is
yeah. But listen, you don't have to feel bad. It happened to Steve Jobs. People who are on this call, that they will research it and they'll find out it happens to Steve Jobs. A lot of people don't come into your business because of great moral standing. They come to your business because maybe they were the first ones that had access to you. Maybe they were the ones that you were listening to. Maybe they were the ones who were your relative or your family and you're closest to. But at the end of the day, it's a business. You're a founder of a company. Your company produces solutions to problems for your audience or whatever. I don't understand your business model, but again, my point is that if anybody wants to structure today a special purpose vehicle where they can do investments and they can put money into Africa, or there's a lot of solutions in the market. It's been happening for more than 200 and some odd years. Most of those deals are successful, and you can even read on them on your major newspapers. A lot of those deals came through from people like Cecil John Rhodes. They've been doing inter diaspora. I think you told me your company is diaspora. They do people who want to invest in Zimbabwe and whatever the case may be. Of course, it's a group of people. Most of the time, they don't know each other. They don't even trust each other, and they want to do a scheme. So this is why you have to have all the requirements. And if anybody wants to do business with you, Augustine, let me give you some simple advice. Okay. And this is obviously, on an open frame. Mm-hmm. If anybody wants to do business with you, because I've followed your channel for a very long time, right? And I've had I know you've had audience with Odemaya. Those are guys that have been in the space for a very long time. But you told me, you said, most of the people, I don't know them, and maybe they're not good. And this happened to you. I'm very sorry, but let me give you some advice. This guy took your community. I'm sorry. Let me give you some advice. Mm-hmm. You can't trust anybody on your channel because you don't know those people. If you have an investment firm that can give them products and services where they can clearly see what you're doing and how much is your charge and how much is their charge, most of the people from Zimbabwe, they're capitalists. So let them buy a subscription or whatever. But the beautiful thing about it is they can see that you're a man of your word, because when we buy something, we believe that, okay, this guy is not a thing. You have guys that are going to take care of channels and all. This is cybercrime. And of course, unfortunately or fortunately for you, hopefully your case wins. It's a cybercrime case.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's tough. And what you're saying, I totally agree with you. And it is an eye opener, really. But also, when it's hard because maybe I'm not that I'm easygoing. Maybe that's why. But the reality of business, like you said, you can't just trust anyone. You just have to go through the systems that are meant for business, and that's it. And that is cut through.
Okay,
cutthroat.
Let me explain something. I've done big deals in New York City. I've done big deals in California.
Mm-hmm.
I've done big deals in Texas, during oil and gas. You have to understand something. Nobody cares what you look like or what your story is or what your hair is or what you're wearing.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody wants to know if you're on the table that you have the requirement
mm-hmm.
to do a deal. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
And this is where a lot of people, they're out of tune with their reality. You want to raise, how much you think you want to raise? 1.5 million, 2 million? All you need is you have a group. I don't know how many, 26,000 is your population on your group. Maybe you have 30,000.
Mm-hmm.
All you have to do is say, look, we're doing a round. Everybody has to pay $3,000 to get into the round. This is the vehicle that's registered. It has all the regulation that's required, right? My company can help you to do it, but you don't even have to use our company. Dubai has a very efficient market with a lot of big names that can do structuring of a special purpose vehicle. It's not going to be expensive. You're going to be the one to pay for it. Probably your members might want to join and help you to pay that cost. But whether they pay or you to pay, you're still going to have your company. And people who have money are going to put money because they understand that you're not fake. You're somebody who's a reality. And of course, you're going to have to give them a guidance and advice on where's the investment going. But it's not new. A lot of guys have done it for many years. You have people that they emerged onto the scene, in terms of whatever they were doing. And they were very successful. Very, very successful. Kenneth Sharp is a billionaire. He was very successful in the real estate world. People didn't know him a little bit before that, but he has a social media following. He's a successful man. Everybody celebrates him. All of us do, but he was not there before because people realize that when you're on social media, still you're dealing with a person on the other side of the social media. It's not a mistake or a fake a channel, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that you mentioned people like Ken Sharp. So I guess they started off from the beginning with the proper structure and then people came in. And I guess I have to take it on the chin there and say, perhaps maybe looking back, this is how we should have started.
No, let me explain something to you.
Mm-hmm.
The guy is a Rhodesian. Okay, his father is British, and I think his mother might be Canadian or maybe Russian. I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
And all what happened is the guy grew up in Zimbabwe, and he realized the country is changing, the the market is changing. I just need to make the best out of everything that's in front of me. So he obviously has real estate as his thing, and you can see the project. He has Molo Zimbabwe, which is a gigantic product. $10 million goes into it. Everybody will have the latest gadgets in the mall. It's going to be smart city. And that's just one product. He's done many successful projects, which is Millennium Highlights. That's been done, which is people that they have 1 or 2 bedrooms. I think they have a 3-bedroom in there. After that, they've been very successful in Pokugara, which is villas. People in Canada, they will be able to get a better house than whatever they get in Canada through their photo. And the most important thing is they have, they're not a small company, and I brought it up because I just wanted you to see centers of excellence, the kind of investment projects you guys can be involved in, because why do you have to be involved in the lower quadrille of investments coming into the country? You're a diaspora group. You have a great channel. People believe that you could do a great product, which is going to be your investment suite where people can come and do whatever. I remember you told me, you said real estate, and they can do it. because the vehicles are completely audited. You have a third-party auditor, somebody that is going to be somebody like PwC. They're going to write a report on all the accounts, make sure that no money is missing. And then after that, you're going to have a third-party administrator, which means that all the books and all the flow of money actually gets handled by a company that is a third-party company that does it. That is their business. You don't touch anybody's money because you remember you're dealing with people who are all about driven with trust. And the highest trust is you have third parties because third parties verify, and that's what the blockchain's about.
Yes, I mean, I agree with you there. I agree with you 100%. And the way you're speaking, definitely, you come from a lot of knowledge and experience as well. So, if you were me, how would you restart this whole project? Put yourself in my shoes.
I'm glad I'm not you. You know why?
Why?
Because I'm a different kind of guy. I'm very futuristic. I only look into the future. Now, I'm going to take a bet with you because I haven't checked, and I'm sorry I was very busy today. But if I looked at your audience, most of them they're people who know money, okay? Maybe they're lucky if they can save $500 a month or $1,000. I don't know. And again, this is not to disrespect them. They are hardworking people. Some of them are in the UK and parts of Zimbabwe. Those are low labor costs usually because we see it in the Middle East, what the labor cost is not very high. But of course, they're very aspirational. They're people who want to make money. And you're the only person who can give them sound investment advice. So if I was you, what I would do is I would say, set up your own company, okay? So people can see that you're somebody who is credible. Get all the licenses which you need so people can see that you're genuine. Put all the right board of people that they want to be on your board so that they can see that these are people who are qualified and they have all the things. And by the way, I'm just saying this because you're my friend. If you want me on your board, I have no problem. And most of the guys that I have, they have a lot of money. I don't want them to buy this project out faster than you because you're selling to people with no money. But here's the point. You set up your board and let the people be able to see that, okay, this is what you do. The last advice I have for you is most of these people, they don't have any money and you can't take any money from them because that's the problem. So whatever product you're going to sell to them so that they know that your company is real, it's registered, sell them a T-shirt, sell them a cup, sell them a pen. And those people are going to use those utilities to interact with your company because at the end of the day, you are somebody who's very successful, and I'm telling you this because I know you're very successful in terms of the YouTube and social media because you're the only person who could show people that they could fail, right? Everybody thinks, and that's why you and me are friends in the first place because I know that a lot of people, they tell people that, oh, you're going to make rich money in Africa farming, and they're scamming them because those people are supposed to fail because there's a lot of things that are not in place. But you're the only person that showed people, listen, you're going to fail. And they did. And at the end of the day, my point is not about your failure because, of course, you've always declared it. You're a human being. Now, whatever you're going to do in your investments and all that, you're going to do with people who are behind you and they have a track record and they know what they're doing. And there's going to be all the checks in place, which is risk management and technology because you were being scammed in the technology system side. And there's a lot of those things. And the good thing is it's going to take you a long time. I know you're very visionary and you have a long-term view about your project. You understand? So my point to you is just continue. Why do you have to allow one incident or one person to stop you from your vision? Unless if it's not a vision, because usually the visions are long, there's darkness in front of the vision. And of course, nobody's going to tell you that because everybody wants to take your money before you even get rich, including your family members and those kind of people. And I'm sorry to tell you this, but this is what happens usually. So my point is the guy, when you sent the police, when I spoke to them, they said that the guy, they transcribed the message and it sounded like the guy was blaming you that you stole money from him. But at the end of the day, when they asked him, they said, where is the money proof that he took money from you? He couldn't answer that. So I hope that he wins the case, and I hope you win the case, because again, If this is an issue of cyber fraud, I'm not in front of your cyber business. I'm sorry to recluse myself, you understand? But I hope you win. Because if you're successful, then everybody knows that you're a genuine partner.
Yes, this is great advice. And you know what? Sometimes you need to hear it as it is, the truth. And that's what you've demonstrated in this conversation. And I would like to ask you one thing. Could you come on the show and discuss investments and business generally? Because it looks like we have an audience of people that don't know what,
Okay, listen. First of all, let me explain something to you about me. I don't like to work with markets that are not educated. And let me explain this. When we talk about education, I'm not talking about what they studied in high school or whatever. When you're dealing with investments, you need to have some minimal education of what is an investment. Because a lot of them, they invest money and they lose money in their own investments. And most of the time, they don't even know they're investing money because it's with a brother or a sister or a friend. And they give them a loan, and the person says it's a loan, and then they don't even get their money back, and they're angry about it, and they still hang out with those sorts of people. And that's why this is not a market for me. But what I will encourage you is take financial literacy as one of your discussions. I know you discuss about investments. I know you talk about your own investments, which is what a lot of people know about you. But you have your investments and joint investments and other people's investments. You and I, we have a joint investment, which is a disclosure. And you're a great person that you understand the long-term view of investing money. You understand people need to be protected of their, capital. You understand that people need to govern themselves when they do their board of directors or advisory boards or whatever it may be. So I'm pretty sure that you, as your group, I don't know which group you represent, you guys will make something that's going to be fantastic. And I'm looking at the time, 9 or 10 of May for 2025. Zimbabwe is ready for a diaspora project. And, I think that there's a lot of smart Zimbabweans who understand investing in money and making projects happen. I hope that your crowd is part of it, because most of them, they need to put at least 1,000 or 10,000, depending on what group they're in. But if you have a good vehicle, legal structure, and you have all the indemnities, what you have to show for them to buy it, your good guys are going to be a very successful business. And this is not just me telling you as a friend. I'm just telling you because I know that you're capable to do it. And I hope that you and your group can do it. I work with a lot of groups, just to disclose in TikTok. And most of our groups are very successful. But your group is very unique because you guys are the first group where they stole your own credentials. And the guy thinks he's going to get away with it. And it's a very weird kind of situation because I know you're somebody of a high integrity, and it's a very scary kind of thing. I hope that you guys will solve it, and we're very happy to be your partner going forward to guide you guys and work with you as a business so that you can realize your guys' dreams. I know what you guys are trying to do. You're trying to build a city in Zimbabwe, and that's great.
Yeah, it's been tough. But I won't be giving up. That's one thing I'll say. I won't be giving up. I'll have to keep fighting until I get the right things in place in order for this to work properly. I won't be doing it the way I did it before, for sure, because that's
but
just.
Can I? Sorry to interrupt you, but I want you to know something, and this is something that comes from the bottom of my heart. Okay. Augustine, you've lived in the United Kingdom for a very long time. You're not the same Zimbabwean that you were before. You've seen progress. You've seen what everything looks like. And you understand pricing and you understand what people are going through. My challenge to you is very simple. You can do it, okay? And this is not something that is very difficult. And that's why I wanted you to understand it, okay? Right. In South Africa, which is one of the biggest African markets for investment vehicles, they have a structure called a ring-fenced company. So if your audience are listening, and please let them check, which it stands for RF, which stands for Ring Fence Company, right? It's a company that puts money into the vehicle, and you and your team will develop the vehicle, create the vehicle, make everybody earn money and be successful in whatever your identifiables are, your deliverables.
Mm-hmm.
And you're a very smart guy. You've studied many things. You have a successful family. You have a very big history of failure and success. And I'm glad for everybody to know most of your successes equal more than your failures, because if you had more failures, we wouldn't be talking.
Mm-hmm.
But my point to you is that you are somebody that represents a group of people, and you guys can do it. Build your own city, smart city. Solar is most of it. Gas is another part of the cooking. And then you just have to do batteries and other refuse collection services. So I'm pretty sure there's a government somewhere in Zimbabwe that's going to give you the land for your experiment. And if it's not successful, at least you try it, because there's not a lot of companies coming that are homegrown and they want to make home successful.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm pretty sure if those companies are there, they are already successful. So you're going to be able to learn from them. But if you're the first one, do it. That's my challenge. Just do it. Nike did it. They didn't have anything, okay? Nike, they didn't have a shoe that was successful.
Mm-hmm.
People look at it now, okay? And they say, oh, they had this, and maybe they did. I'm not into that business of checking what they did and didn't have. But my point to you is you guys can do it, because in your audience, there's people who understand that you've been successful and you failed. Now you have something which is governed by whatever regulation body you guys are going to do it, and you go as fast as you can do it. But with the day when you guys reach, I'm pretty sure that you're going to be successful. So don't stop because of a hack. Being hacked today in an organization and a movement is a normal part of your course of business. People are going to hack you because they're jealous, or they want to do some kind of a sinister, or they bad partners. Maybe you do owe them money, and I'm not saying that you're that type of a guy, but it might be true. So these are some of the things. So just focus on what you guys have been working on. I think that you guys have great plans, and you're trying to continue, register your company and the special purpose vehicles. Do it, because nobody can stop you now. Anybody that doesn't want to be a part of you can get off your group or send the message to somebody else, because you're a genuine Zimbabwean. You want to do great for your country.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes, I mean, that is some sound advice. And I like the fact that you are, straight to the point, no messing around advice. And this is very encouraging, very, very encouraging. Okay, so...
Listen, I'm not here to give anybody advice. Let me explain something to you, because you know why? If I was here to give advice, you wouldn't be able to afford me, first of all, to give you advice, right? I'm just here to mention the things which you've managed to complete. You've done it. And most of the time, nobody celebrates you because everybody is busy looking for their own interests, including what happened today with the guy that stole your code, or whatever. I don't know what's involved. But my point to you is, everybody who's been on your channel for a long time, they know that you're a genuine person, right? I know you personally, and I know that you're a genuine person. Somebody did something bad to you, and it's not going to change my opinion of you, because I know what happened in the online space. So I'm just saying, anything could have happened to you. Now, my point to you is, okay, just carry on. Try to continue your journey. Let everybody understand what is your mission, your purpose, your vision, your ideas, the people you're talking to, the depth of your board, the quality of your product innovation. Because, of course, you guys have people that they understand that if they don't invest in their home countries, they're going to be broke, not only in their host country where they live, but in their home country, which is not good. Because they're working hard today to make a little bit of income, not so?
Yep. That's very good. I mean, I really appreciate you taking some time out to say those words. Very tough, but yes, I agree with you. I definitely agree with you. I'm going to go back on the drawing board and make this happen. For sure.
Listen, let me explain something to you, and this is the problem. Everybody is not understanding. There is no drawing board. You have to go back. Okay. Mm-hmm. Remember what the people and your mission is. What is your mission? Okay, your mission is to help people to get to a certain point in the, which is a plateau. A plateau is a vision which is not even to go up. Okay. Mm-hmm. Who are your audience? I don't know them because, you know, I work with a lot of different channels. And my point to you is the people which you have, they either have a lot of money, some money, or no money. And it doesn't matter because you are the only person that they have right now to help them to build their investment portfolio. You've been to Zimbabwe. You've lost a lot of money. I think now you were honest with me, and I really appreciate you for that. $365,000 you've lost in your home country, and I pray for your wife because she's very a strong woman. But if I lost $365,000, my wife's not gonna give me any passes. She'll think I'm a lunatic. But of course, you're a very wise guy because I think you wanted to really be transparent. But the country has a lot of risk in terms of how the business is done. And I remember you even mentioned just sending money is a huge cost. And of course, that's what happens. You're an investor. You're coming, you want the people to try to do it in terms of investing back in their home country. And I respect you for that. And those are the things and that's what I said. Don't stop in that vision. Okay. Don't stop. Continue.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And I will definitely continue. Anyway, thank you very much for your call. And, yes, I definitely have to continue.
I just want to leave. I want to leave one small sort of like idea, but it's not really an idea. It's just some thought process, which I hope that because they say Zimbabweans are very well educated, and this is what I know and understand, but maybe it's not true. Mm-hmm. Okay, so if you guys as a diaspora vehicle that you are trying to help people invest at home, why you just don't buy one Mosia Tunya coin, or maybe you can get your reserve bank to print one coin, and the people will buy the coin, and it's going to be gold. 92% is going to be the gold content, and of course Mosia Tunya trades very well on the market. There's no liquidity on it. People they like the coin. They have more copper they have too much more copper than what the market wants, but people have respect for it. My point is this: that coin gives you some kind of a vantage point in terms of how everybody moves money, because gold is the ultimate vehicle now for moving currency for money settlement and reserves. Because people, they don't trust different currencies anymore. I mean, people used to trust the U.S. dollar, and I'm not saying I don't trust the dollar or I trust it, but I'm just saying, be careful. You might find the dollar not worth nothing tomorrow. You understand my point? Yep, and the euro and all this. Mm-hmm. But so now, everybody buys a coin, 1 ounce. Right now, the ounces are going for 33 or 34 or 35, but you're getting an ounce and it's in your hand, and then you guys will be able to deliver something in people's hands, and plus a T-shirt or a coin, and of course, the reason why I say this is because if you look at the history of money, there's a lot of opportunity in that cycle in terms of Zimbabwe and South Africa and Tanzania, all those gold-producing countries. And again, I'm not suggesting anything. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying.
Yes, carry on. I mean,
the gold price. Mm-hmm. The gold price has really gone up. Zimbabwe, they do at least 10 to 15 metric tons they export to Dubai and other countries. They have a big diaspora that sends money. Why don't those people? They send it in gold units, and That will help to balance the trade, I'm pretty sure. But I don't know. The other thing is that Tanzania is trying to do it, and Ghana is well on its way to do it. And these are some ideas for people who are into blockchain, or, they want to see, what that does for the thing. But my point to you is just think about those ideas. Your audience, they're very young, they're very aspirational, they don't have a lot of money. I don't think if you wanted them to invest $1,500, they could do it. I don't believe it because I've worked with a lot of channels.
Mm-hmm.
The point is that they have to be a group of people that are ready to invest. They're going to sit on the board. They're going to organize. They're going to work with you guys. They're going to work across now you work on different channels with Zoom and all of those bank accounts have to be serviced. But a lot of young people, they don't understand it. They think that it's magic, that you're the God that's going to fix everything for them and they don't have to do nothing. And when they lose their money, they want to blame you. But actually, you're not the problem. They didn't file the document they're supposed to file.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Yeah.
And they didn't read the contract, which they actually signed. And, of course, your contracts are very streamlined because most of your projects are very simple. And these are some of the things. Most of the young people, they have no idea.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. So, I definitely need to look more into this blockchain as well as an alternative way of transacting as well, for sure.
No, it's not the alternative. And this is what a lot of people need to understand. Alternative means that, okay, you're going to do something else. Okay, sure, you can do whatever you're doing, cash, bank, and you wait in line and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Blockchain is real time. And all you have to do is make sure that most of the people you do business with, they don't need cash. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So in other words, if you want to clean my carpet and you are on the blockchain, then I'll just send you the coin on the blockchain, and then all of a sudden you receive it, and then you can clean my carpet. And I don't need you to tell me I need cash or send money to the bank. And of course, people will look at it, there is something negative about it. No. The bank knows that people are cleaning carpets, and they have to pay somebody. And when the bank needs any financial disclosure about who did you pay to clean your carpet, they can ask for that, and all the families are going to reveal that.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
So this is obviously nothing, but a lot of people, they've been told that, when you're on the blockchain, it's negative. So that's why you guys need to help them to see what is the academy, what it looks like, how those people, because my thing, okay, I want you to ask me some questions, okay? I want you to ask me some questions about the blockchain. And let me tell you why.
Mm-hmm.
Because I really want you to understand the problem which most of your people are facing today. And I hope I'm wrong, because if I'm right, then all of those people are going to tell you the guy was right, okay? And I don't believe most of the bullshit that people are being told about. You're going to get a job and you're going to get rich and your family and this. I believe a completely different reality. But let me just delve into that so that you understand my point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to allow me to do that?
Yeah. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Okay. As a young Zimbabwean or South African or Tanzanian working in the UK or America, maybe you have a company that works for you or you work for yourself. Somebody gives you money on a regular basis. Okay. You're not going to be in a position to think about buying a house, which this is the most important thing, because if you look back in the history of time, your parents would have already owned that, whether they owned it through the council or whatever the government structure was back then. They have a house and they're at least trying to find food and transportation. Maybe they want to buy a car. They have a lot of family members in the village, and things are not easy, but they're trying, but they have the basic necessities. Does that baseline sound a little bit real? Or?
No, yeah, it's real.
So this is all the way back in the 1950s. Okay? Mm-hmm. This is mostly rural Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yep. Yeah.
But they would have had those abilities because of inflation, right? Inflation is the thing that allows them to have less and less of the other thing. I don't know if that makes sense, and maybe your audience should chime in. Let them come in and let them talk about monetary policy in the 1950s.
Okay, I'll keep an eye on the chat, and if so, you can continue. If a question comes, I will definitely highlight it as we speak. Okay, so go ahead. So that was the old way, all right? So now we're living in
inflation is the only problem. There is no other problem except inflation. So as you, as a person, as a young person, as a young entrepreneur, as a middle entrepreneur, as a big entrepreneur, as a multi-entrepreneur, your job is to protect yourself against inflation as fast as you can. Because the day that you're able to do that, you're now able to survive during any economic, because inflation is an economic indicator. You're going to be able to survive past an economic, what do you call it, problem?
Okay.
And that's really it. Inflation and economic. Now, it sounds very fancy, and I'm pretty sure a lot of audience of yours have done economics. Some have not. Some have read it. Some went on YouTube. It doesn't matter. The point is that your job as a person, and you're working hard, is how do you protect yourself against inflation? Can I ask you a question? How do you protect yourself, and this is directly towards you,
okay,
against hunger for yourself and your family?
I have to make sure that I have something that is generating money, that is providing a need for people. I have to sell something or a service, a product or a service.
Okay, so that's a very big answer, because obviously your family is not hungry, because if they were hungry, you and I wouldn't be talking. So your family are well taken care of, because you already get all those points about generating money. Some people, they don't understand that. They just believe that I need money now, and they don't have it because they were told that they were poor by somebody else, or they have no skill, or, you know, there are a lot of reasons why people are poor and they don't have any money, and it really gets bad when you go into Africa, different parts, people are begging. That's different. My point to you is that's the point where you have to help your people to understand that what is money, how can this money help them and help you and help everybody else? And most importantly, why do you need money? Because a lot of people, they don't have it because they don't even understand why they need it. They think that money is a miracle, some of them, and I don't think that you agree with me, but I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people who believe that money is a miracle. Some people think it's free. Some people think it's your job to give them. Some people think that you know all the answers about it. And there's a lot of things inside of all of that. And I don't think anybody's going to invest any money if they don't understand nothing about money. And that's what I think that you guys, you can do it, help them to understand and help them to model and to see the projects and the failures. Because, of course, if you get into real estate for $10 million, I think you guys can do a $3 million project without failure, because I know the tenacity which you have. But let's say you decided, I want to start with a $50 million project. I'll tell you, oh, you guys are going to fail. And I might be wrong, but if you fail, that's $50 million. But in your capacity, you're a very educated guy. You've done a lot of projects. You spent your own money. You're almost $500,000 in losses. And I like what you've done. You've lost money to help you show people that capital in Africa is not easy to deploy. And so, of course, people, they understand that this is a guy that's lost money. And you understand that. When you were telling me your story, I was emboldened by it, because I realized that, holy moly, this guy's willing to lose more than $250,000. And of course, there was times when your internet channel and your social media wasn't paying the bill, and you had to return your vehicle and all of that. I remember all of that.
Yeah, it's
so you're genuine.
But you know what? what I would like to go deeper into is this blockchain, try to understand how it works. Perhaps maybe right now wouldn't be enough time for us to go through that, but I would like to know more about it in terms of fighting against this inflation.
Let me make it easy for people to understand the blockchain. Okay. Mm-hmm. The word blockchain is all just about trust, because let me explain something to you. A lot of people, depending on which part of the world they live, they've been disappointed by their brothers, sisters, cousins, aunts, bankers, bakers, people, insurance agents. They've all been disappointed. These people didn't pay them enough, or they changed the terms and conditions, or they took too much money, or they didn't deliver. And I'm not the only person. That's why I'm on the blockchain. There's a lot of us. And, we lost millions, some of us in dollars, some of them in thousands, and some of them in hundreds, and some of them in tens or 50. So I've been on the blockchain for a very long time. I started in 2010. And again, I'm not promoting anything. I'm just telling you my story. The point here is this. Young people need to understand that trust can never be associated in the daily environment which we have today. People's mothers are selling them, okay? People's mothers are selling them, okay? That's got to tell you something. In the Asian parts, in the African, and many parts of the world. So you can't even trust your mother. But I'm not saying I don't trust my mother. I'm just saying in general. So a lot of people are faced with a lot of hardship. They don't know who to trust. When you're on the blockchain, you get your own wallet, which is the equivalent of your bank account or your pocket or your bag or wherever you keep your money. And you're going to get a digital currency. So all the digital currencies, they change just like your national currency in Africa or America or whatever. The only thing is you're going to have to learn, and this is going to take time because it's not yet there, and you need to be in it now, to learn which currency you like and for what reasons and how it works for you and so forth. And of course, there's going to be a lot more education about it. And, well, if you're a young person, if you're not in it now, people who are going to be 10 years from now are just going to ridicule you because you're not even in it. Why you're not in it? Nobody's costing you any money and nobody's asking you, but this is definitely the future. And if anybody has any doubts about the future, maybe they can say, no, this is never going to work. And I'm not promoting a product or myself or you. I'm just saying, why are all these people not on blockchain?
Because they don't know what it is, how it works, and even understand it. I'm one of those. I don't understand it. And frankly speaking, let me make it a more simple. Let's just say that you have a group of 600 people and you have a bigger media production of 30,000 people. And those 600 people, out of those 600 people, you have at least 100 people, not even 600, just 100, which is 1/6 of your population. Okay, that's about 18 or 16%, depending on where my calculation is wrong. 60% of the people that are in your population, of which it's less than 1% of your greater population in your social media, just less than 1%. They will sign up for a company that you own and have a board of directors and a structure, and they have people that they can call and check and verify that this is real. And they will invest money as a special purpose vehicle because that vehicle will also have their protections and all of that. So imagine if it was 100 people and all of them was doing $2,500. So then all of a sudden the vehicle will have $2.5 million. And now that sounds like a lot of money, not for guys like me. Okay, not for guys like me, because I've been dealing in the $1 trillion market since for a very long time, but I'm just explaining. So you have $2.5 million, that is small people money, but those people believe in you and you believe in them because you have very strong contracts, there is real legal consideration, and most importantly, there is people like yourself and that is behind it, and you're genuine and you have your own track record, you've lost a lot of money. And some people will give you credit, and some people are not going to give you credit. Donald Trump lost a lot of money to straighten out the United States. This has been his baby project. I'm sorry to say this. I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm just saying, the people spend money to help an idea.
My point to you is all of this is very simple. 100 people, $2,500, $2.5 million. Out of that $2.5 million, everybody knows they're going to have to dilute you as their founder. So maybe you're going to claim X amount of shares. I don't know what you get as a founder because that's your company. And again, that's not my job. It's just normal what happens between you and your investors because they know your value, what you're bringing to the table. And of course, it's a private discussion. Everybody's happy. And this is just capitalization. Most of the guys in this 100 who are going to give you $2,500, they're not desperate for money. And by the way, I'm one of them. I'll put 10 grand, so I'll buy 4 lots of whatever you're doing. But we're not desperate for money. I put 10 grand on your thing because I'm putting it on you, and I think that you're going to deliver a great product. And let's see what you do. So that's 10 grand only of my own money. I'm pretty sure you've got a lot of friends in plus of the 100. The point is there's 2.5 million sitting in the back. People at this point, they think you're going to take that 2.5 million and run away and you're going to be rich. And of course, a lot of the guys do it. By the way, they do it. I mean, I'm pretty sure you have an example of guys who they've taken the money and they just disappear.
Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm pretty sure you do.
Yeah.
So what examples do you have? There's a lot of guys. There is a lot of guys. And it's not your fault, right? People are involved in many schemes. People are, you yourself, you don't have to worry about it. But the truth of the matter is, if you look at Google, they did a lot of schemes, right, which were in the billions of dollars. When you look at South Africa, they were using banks and people and things. If you look at many countries, they are involved in all these schemes because they have these boys, they buy Gucci, and they do everything. Again, it's not your fault or my fault. It's just reality. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're right. But look, I guess what we can do.
So where do they get all this money from? How do they get all this money? Maybe you're an expert in it because you live in London and everything is Gucci, or.
No. I've no idea. No idea.
Yeah, so this is where a lot of the young people from Africa, they don't look at their cash, what they generate in a month, versus how many gold units they can buy today. If they realize that, okay, today I can buy 3 bars or 4 bars or 3 grams of this, over time they're going to realize that gold is going to buy them more salary than the salary going to buy the gold. Can that make sense to you? Maybe you can explain it to everybody, what I just explained, because that's a very simple question.
I think we've lost him. Hello? Okay. Right, so I think we've lost him here. Let's try another caller. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello, Augustine. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello, hi. It's Matthew here. Sorry, I've just finished work. I'm outside right now. I just want to make sure you can hear me clearly. It's not background noise.
I can hear you clearly.
Okay, that's great. Well, thank you for taking this call. I have been trying to call in. I appreciate the gentleman that you had earlier had a lot of information to, tell you.
Mm-hmm.
I remember when you first posted your video saying that there's an investment opportunity for Zimbabweans. I did, I did a bit of research, and I came across a couple of companies that you mentioned. I think one of them was Ruwa Organic. I don't know if you've heard of them. But I just wanted to make sure you can hear me clearly. It's not background noise. I take my time to give you a call. Unfortunately, it was a missed call, but you did call me back. So my name is Matthew. From the UK, in Leeds. I remember when we initially spoke, you kind of gave me an overview of what it is that you wanted to achieve and the direction you wanted it to go. And I joined the group. So I remember once I joined the group, there was a lot of people. There's a lot of kind of conversations being had. One of the things that I didn't really do though was engage, and rather I just stood back and just really pretty much watch what everybody was saying. I understand that you said, so I'll just make a few points. So to just start off, the group that we have on WhatsApp, you said it's got 600 plus people, right?
Yeah.
So out of the 600 plus people, I can say probably less than maybe 50 people have actually posted a message on that group.
Okay. Yeah. That's true.
And with that being said, it does not mean that out of the 600 people, only 50 people have like something to share. So when we say like, okay, we have a large group, there's a lot of people that we don't even know, even if they're even checking the chat, or even if they're actively involved in the group. Maybe they just joined the group, click the link, and then after that, not even chipped in to check. Sometimes people would have conversations. There'll be like probably maybe a majority, 100 people online at one point. Out of 600 people, that's still a very low number to say that we're engaging on conversations to take the business idea forward. But out of 600 people, only 100 people are online. So, my input in regards to, this whole idea like, okay, we're a large group. It's just people that click the link.
Yeah.
When we talk about the group in regards to the business, what really will make a difference are the people that are engaged either financially. So when it comes to a point where we do have to input some finances, so we say, okay, guys, this is the idea. We all need to contribute this amount of money. And then when we actually start putting the money in, that's when we can really consider like, okay, fair enough, these people are the investors.
Yeah.
But when I click a link on YouTube and I join a group, it doesn't automatically make me an investor. Even me myself speaking, because I haven't added anything to the business. Either financially, either some input. And one thing I have noticed, within the group, when people are engaging and sharing ideas, there's just a lot of information people are putting out there. Somebody will talk about this, somebody will talk about that. And it's like, which information do I digest? Because there's just a lot of random information that's coming on this group chat. And I'm not having the opportunity to really understand everybody's point. One thing I was going to suggest, like we all have ideas, even myself, other people in the WhatsApp group, they all have ideas. I'm not saying they're bad ideas or good ideas, but sometimes when it's like free for all, where everybody's just bringing an idea, somebody will challenge that idea, and then somebody else will create a completely different idea, and then on top of that, after all is said and done, nothing really came out of it.
Yeah.
Just a lot of message threads, basically. I noticed when initially you had opened the group, there was moments where you disabled the group so people wouldn't leave messages.
Yeah. And
at that point, people were a bit confused, like what's going on. And I think during that time, you were kind of establishing the board members that you're going to have in the board. I feel like that strategy is good moving forward, because for somebody that's just opening their WhatsApp group and seeing all this information, it's very, it can be very, what do you call it, overwhelming.
Yeah.
There's just too much information to digest.
Yeah.
And whilst I'm reading this information, I don't know what to really take as facts, or what to really take as, okay, this person said this. Is this the direction that we're going to go in? Are we going to be doing this business plan that this person suggested? Whereas people should just come to you, or a way, or create a way that people can contact you. And you're like you said, like the gentleman said earlier, one thing I did notice, he said, you're from the UK. You understand, in the West, when it comes to business, they're very, very like knowledgeable. They're very successful at it.
Yeah.
There's people from the West going to Zimbabwe, going to Kenya. I'm from Kenya, and establishing the biggest companies in the country, bigger than the people that actually living in the country are able to establish. And one thing in this country is example, I know you know about this. When you apply for a job, they ask you, there's a lot of vetting. They like the person mentioned about DBS check. They check your financial records. One factor as well that I don't know if it's been mentioned is they ask you if anybody in the company, anybody that's a manager or in position of power, have a relationship with you.
Yeah.
Is there a relative in the company that told you to apply for this job? Because one thing that avoids is a conflict of interest, and I believe sometimes this can be like a very bad thing for any company to have a conflict of interest. So you're in business with somebody, and the relationship that you have with them kind of affects their decision making. And when you have that kind of conflict of interest, when people like myself are coming in to put money into the business, we are not prepared for whatever conflict of interest that you may have had with the person that you may have put in charge. And the situation now, and I do hope, you're taking steps, to make sure that you're recovering in regards to the impact this has had on you, on your mental health. But, the whole situation that arose from the gentleman called Mr. Banks, and the whole sabotage of the whole group chat, and now you're having to create a new group to the point you're having to contact the police for fraud, potential fraud. It was at some point before all of this happened, we were very confident, and you were very confident that this was the right person. I remember even Captain Malachi mentioned something like Augustine's inner circle, taking steps to establish a board. There's a lot to consider when you bring in people and you base it on maybe this person's from my country. Fair enough, they may be qualified, but it has to be the whole personal aspect of like, okay, I'm bringing this person because they speak my languages, they're from my country, they're a friend of mine. That has to be really thrown out the window, because in the end, that's not really the determining factor. And if that is a factor, then it's going to really compromise the business, because you're going to have to make decisions based on a personal connection. And the people that are backing you, the investors, they don't share that personal connection that you may have with this person, And I appreciate that everybody's an expert. I'm not saying that, I'm not downplaying anybody's qualification or point of view, but in the end, this is not a competition of, this is what I've done. This is my qualification. In the end, if you're so successful in what you have done or what you are doing, you don't need a group, because this group for people that are trying to make a success.
Yes.
To have their own success stories. We can't just rely on you've had success, and we need to put all the faith in the information that you're providing. And even if that's the situation, they need to come to you. You listen to them out. You have a one-to-one with them where you have that conversation. Just like with any business you apply and you have an idea, you have to pitch your idea. And when you pitch your idea, it's not just a conversation like I pick up my phone and anything that comes to my mind, I just divulge to you or I tell you. I have to have a structure to go on the points that I'm trying to make to you, cover all the risks that are involved in this idea that I'm presenting to you. And then that person presents it to you. And then after you digest all the information that they have provided you, then you can share it with the group in one format that we can just have a read and be able to understand, or even involve us in a Zoom call and say, okay, these are the ideas that have been shared across to us. And I have, read and understood this information, and I'd just like to share it with the group. Please bring some inputs on what you think, rather than just posting messages. This is my idea. I was a CEO of this company. My company was very successful, and this is why you should listen to me.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree with you. There 100%, because the whole thing, like I said, it started off very fast and it grew very fast. So even in choosing the admins, it was more like people just reached out and say, oh, I can help you with this. There was no time for me to really vet them to see who are they, who what are really their credentials. I mean, I'm glad Captain Malachi, he sent me his sort of CV, or at least his profile, and it was very good. But I didn't do it for the other guy. Do you see what I mean? So, and by then, and I didn't know this about how WhatsApp works. I didn't know. I had no idea that if you give someone admin rights, they can actually create what is known as a community, and the community owner has more power than the admins. I had no idea about that. So I just thought, you know what? Everything is everything is okay, and I don't think nothing bad could happen from that. So I take responsibility on that because I didn't do the checks, and I also didn't know how it actually works. So things moved really fast, and I was trying to do things in the background, trying to work with the guys who are developing the app. And I was also trying to work with the financial guys in how to set up the company, because this is new to me. So yeah, things were moving really fast. And remember, this has been happening for 2 weeks. Yeah. So I agree with you with everything that you're saying. I can't discredit anything. There has to be proper vetting. There has to be proper background checks as to who I'm dealing with. You know? Yeah. So I agree with you, and I take that on board 100%.
And on that point that you said that this was moving really fast, I do agree. Like, I understand that there was a lot going on, and you were trying to establish, like a company, register a company in the UK, get the board members, establish who those board members are. On top of that, there was a steering committee which were going to be representing the investors in kind of the decision-making processes, so that we have a voice. But like on the point that I was making earlier, there's just a lot of information that's, being disclosed. People are posting on the group chat, and it's all coming. It seems like as much as information there is, there's this term saying like too many words cannot fill a basket. It's good to have ideas, but there needs to be a way, like, these ideas either are really like considered rather than just posted and kind of like set aside or ignored or overlooked, and then they're brought up again. So if people really do have ideas and they want to share it with you, let them speak to you directly. You share that information with us to the way that we can digest and we can understand, and then give a point of view. Even that voting system that you had initially on your website, to say which would you like to go into farming, real estate, mining, energy, and people just had to click. It was like a few seconds process, and from that point you were able to see, okay, so many people have voted for this business idea. This seems to be more popular. We need to have a system at which that we can communicate effectively, so that we can actually move forward. If you have an idea, do it through the proper channels in a way that one person is hearing you out, rather than posting in a group chat. Somebody disagrees with you, you go back and forth with them. And then it's like, for somebody that's coming into the group chat, I'm just like reading all these messages, 50 messages. And after all of that, it's like it came down to nothing, you know? And I feel like that's something that maybe we are, as a group, need to address, and maybe that we are also responsible for. Like, if you have an idea, I can wake up in the morning and have an idea, but it may not be that productive in a business. But if I wake up and have an idea, I need to think about what is it that this idea is about, and can I pitch? Let me have a structure to which I can relay this information, consider by myself the risks involved, the things that are going to be involved in this business before opening my mouth and then sharing it to say, for example, Ruwa Organic. And maybe there needs to be somebody that is there to listen, to people's ideas, and then only that person can then post it on the group chat after dissecting all the information and really reviewing all the information. So then we, as a group, when we're there, some of us with degrees, some of us with masters, some of us with no degrees and just working, can also understand what it is that this person or what it is that this idea is about. And then we can really say, okay, this is a good idea, this is a bad idea. Okay, that's how you feel? Fine. Let's do the polls where you can go and click on the polls, rather than everybody, because not everybody is getting a chance to speak. It's just maybe some people are more confident, maybe some people have feel they have more to say. But out of 600 people, we can't just say out of the 600 people, 100 people are engaging. And then when you say, okay, Augustine tells everybody, okay, guys, it's time to invest. You won't expect all 600 people to chip in financially.
That's true.
Because maybe they will not even check in the group chat.
Mm-hmm.
So you need to really determine who's really engaged, not just by like the financial contribution, but like how they engage with the group, how they engage with the ideas that are shared on the group. Also, when you do make a decision and it comes to a point where people are financially contributing, we can have so many people saying so much stuff, so many ideas. When it comes down to we're going to put money in, they're nowhere to be seen.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know?
No, I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. There has to be a better way of communication. In fact, there was one other issue as well where some people were saying, look, I'm afraid to speak because I may be kicked out of the group. You see? So there was a lot of issues there, and I can see why that can be a bit challenging. And also, just to add to your points, yes, in marketing, of course, when you have like a marketing funnel, out of every 100 people, the conversion rates can be 5%, 10%. So it doesn't mean that 100 people that see your ad or see your product are going to buy. So again, you're right on that. That 600 people doesn't mean that we have 600 investors. These are people So I agree with you on that one as well, 100%. But anyway, go ahead.
Go ahead. Just touching on your story. The business ventures that you did try. I think it's important for us to also be humble in this idea of this whole diaspora kind of unity coming together, investing in a business. We need to be humble in the sense like, let's not set our targets so high because when the higher we go, the more responsibilities and the more challenges we have to face.
True.
So, for example, we're talking about trying to go there and be like, for example, we can say we're going to go into real estate. And then let's say, okay, we're going to build, we're going to buy plots and plots of land, build estate upon estate. The larger the business, the more challenges we're going to have to face. It's nice to know, like, okay, we've invested in so much, but what if something comes along the way, challenges come along the way that require more money to be put in? I think it's important for us to start small because even the big companies that all these people are mentioning, like Nike, Microsoft, HP, they all had humble beginnings. And they built up to become a large scale. We cannot just overnight build a large scale company, And I think it's important, even if we have a lot of money to invest in this business, let's start small, not saying minuscule, but to a point where we can say, okay, we can grow this business out. So we build some buildings. We see that we're actually getting tenants, or we build a farm. We see that we're actually selling the eggs, selling the poultry, or selling whichever meat that it is that you want to do. And seeing some returns in the business before going to a point like, okay, let's start scaling it up to become like a corporation, like that you're competing, that people, even the government in the country are saying, oh, wow, Ruwa Organic is a really big company. Let's start small, so because that way we can manage the risks more, we can manage the challenges that come our way. And also it puts less pressure on yourself, having to create these legal entities, these board members and all these kind of committees, steering committees. They're all good to put those in place, but it's better to manage all of that whilst we're growing as a business. So we grow small and we go up rather than just going for the top and becoming so large scale that maybe it's overwhelming for yourself, even for us investors, when we're told like, okay guys, something came up and we have to pay this so and so amount of money because of this issue. And then it's like, well, wasn't my investment enough? Like, why am I going to find this extra money to resolve this issue that we're now facing? But whereas if we do it small scale and we grow out the business from small, because like you said, we need to really understand, like, are we trying to get rich from this, like, by next year or next 5 years or the next 10 years? Because if it's to get rich by next year, let's go all in and make a big business. And whatever risks come our way, if we have to go out of pocket, we need to be prepared to chip in that money as well.
Yes.
Whereas if it's a long-term investment, we have time to start a business, buy one building, let that actually make some money, and then buy another building. We need to have a way that we can set the pace that we can manage, and in a way we can manage it financially. You can manage it emotionally in the sense like the people that you're working with, and also like build that trust, because as you know, to create trust with anybody, you need to spend time with them. You can't just trust somebody in a week or in a year. You need time and experience with them to know like, okay, I can trust this person. And the way that you can, one of the good ways that you know if you trust somebody is by their action.
Yeah.
So if we put ourselves in a positions where we're able to show actions that we are trustworthy, by having a small scale business, we're able to actually say like, now we're actually business people. We actually do have a business. I know it's small, but we're managing it. And I can see that this person is, being honest and very transparent through the actions that they're showing me. Whereas if we say, let's go for the biggest business, and then once you get that, if somebody is not trustworthy, then you have a big loss because you created a big business.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. No, I agree with you. And also looking back, I am also glad that at least we've managed to make this mistake right at the beginning.
Yeah.
Because can you imagine this happening after we've collected some monies? This will be a disaster. Yeah. A massive disaster. So yes, I mean, I take everything that you said on board, and thank you very much for calling in.
Just one last point before you go, Mr. Augustine.
Yes, go ahead.
I did say I was going to make this short and brief, but maybe we need to determine what's the mission of this whole business. Is it for Zimbabweans or is it for diaspora? Because I'm Kenyan. I'm here in the diaspora. So I fit the category of a diasporan trying to invest in Africa. If we make it as an African diaspora movement rather than a Zimbabwean diaspora movement, it kind of puts us all in the same boat. Because sometimes I do go on the WhatsApp group. So I'm going to just give you an example. So we're having a conversation right now. Alafu nasema kitu in Swahili. Well, see, you've not understood what I've said. I just spoke some Swahili to you because I'm trying to express a point to you, but you've not understood the last part, which was in Swahili. I'm seeing a lot of people posting information and then finishing off with some Shona. And I'm like, okay, so I understood the English, but what's this part that you're saying in Shona? And then after that, it's like, after you said all this in Shona, it's like, okay, we are one African people. But then it's like, well, I need to understand you at the same time.
Yeah.
So if we make this less of a Zimbabwean diaspora, Ghana diaspora, Kenyan diaspora, and just make an Africa diaspora. Because then you avoid alienating people that really may have a lot of import that will be good. It's not to say like all the successful business people in Africa, maybe they come from different countries, some from Zimbabwe, Nigeria, all over the world. But one thing that we all have in common, apart from being Africans, is the English language. We can all understand that.
No, you're 100% right on that one. And yeah. I mean, if we do set this up, that's definitely something that we need to address. And I agree with you 100%. There's a lot of English and Shona being mixed in there.
100%. So I'm going to conclude there. Obviously, like I said, I imagine there's a lot of things that are even popping in my mind right now. But if I do need to bring anything or raise anything, I will feel comfortable to just message you, and you can consider that, share it with the group. And I think everybody should do the same because we all have a lot to say. But I think in the end, this business successful is not by how much we say, but really by our actions. So let's find a way to just say what we need to say, but make it productive in a way that we're able to move forward. And also wish that, you make a recovery with your mental health. And that because you're a leader, we need you to be fit and well in order for us to move anywhere.
That's correct.
So you focus on that, and I wish you the best with that as well.
Thank you very much, Matthew, for calling. Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much for listening me out.
Cheers. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Hello? Hello?
Hey, can you hear me? Hey,
yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. How are you doing, bro?
Not too bad. How are you?
Doing well. Thank you so much for putting in another live. And I was lucky enough to catch this one. I just, it's one of those things that, it pops up every once in a while. And I'm like, oh, I gotta jump on that. But, sometimes the calls go on and on and on, and you're trying to sneak your call in between.
Yes.
And, you get lucky, you get answers. So I appreciate that. Hey, listen, I just want to start by, really expressing my concern about, what happened with the hacking and, the idea just kind of coming down. I think that's very shitty. And, for what you're trying to do and for somebody to do that, it just kind of goes back to the whole thing of trust, which a lot of, us Zimbabweans have struggled with, especially living in the diaspora, to just, meet somebody, you have a conversation, you seem to connect, and then, you find out that, there's just some ulterior motives, out of that. So, and it keeps a lot of people in the diaspora alone because you don't know who to trust. And I think that's a very, it's a shameful thing to do. And I don't know, I mean, there are people that do that, and I think they're okay with it. But I think when you go to sleep at night, to just know that you're that kind of a person, I don't think that's Zimbabwean. Like we haven't been that kind of people, and we're starting to be those kind of people. And it's just a shame that we've kind of gotten there. So I just want to start by just, acknowledging that and acknowledging your efforts in trying to get this thing going. I think, like I said, I spoke to you before, and I did mention that I think a lot of people, they kind of like in the same boat. They want to invest back home. They want to start a business. They want to be able to, move away from paycheck to paycheck. But when things like this happen, it just kind of makes you kind of give up on that whole idea. And
Yes.
I think that's sad.
Yes.
Yeah. So, again, I really don't want to take too much time because I know that there's a lot of people that are trying to get through, and, some people, they just want to vent, what they're going through. And, so I'll try and be quick with what I'm up. I made some points here, but, that whole thing of, I was just curious about the whole idea of investing in Zimbabwe. Does it have to be Zimbabwe? I know the other brother who just called right now was talking about, Ghana and Kenya and all those other African countries. But Zimbabwe is a very, very shaky place to invest your money. I know I watched one of the videos you did with one of the mayors from, I forgot what city that was. From Nyanga, yeah. And I mean, he went into detail about, but you know what, at the end of the day, people are not really investing in Zimbabwe because it's a risky place to put your money, right? And I think I was just curious about that in terms of like, home is home, right? We want to be able to invest in home, but if you're investing, you want to be able to calculate your risks, right? And make sure, I mean, if you can invest in if you invest in Europe, you invest in North America, or even in Asia or any other place, you can know that your money is there. You can go spend that money in Zimbabwe, but I just feel like a lot of investors are leaving. If you look at companies like Lobels, like CSC, like all the companies that have left Zimbabwe because it's just not a place that you can put your money in and and it be looked after, because you wake up the next day, it could be a different story.
That's correct.
Now, you're in the hole, right? So
that's correct.
I think that I just like it's a great idea that, as I was born in 1980, so I'm now kind of like in my mid 40s now, right? And I'm thinking, it'll be nice to invest in and have a business, but I just think that Zimbabwe might not be the place to do it.
Right. So let me explain my vision with this. And because what I was thinking was a lot of people want to retire back home, right? Especially the guys who came here 2001, they want to retire back home in Zimbabwe. But buying a property is not cheap, and it's not easy. It's not easy, right? Because for you to save up money, there's no mortgages in Zimbabwe. Everything is cash. So the idea was to come together as a group of people, buy land together, build the houses, and then that you have a house to retire when you go back home. Do you see what I mean?
Right.
So this was more like a 5-year plan, maybe 5 to 7 year plan. That was sort of like the idea. So at least you have a house. If I can tell you, it makes a big difference when you go back home and you're going into your own house it means a lot. Maybe it's just me, but I'm sure some of the listeners will agree with me that it is massive in terms of how it feels to have something back home where you don't have pressure, you don't have to be under anyone's command or rules when you get there, just your own little house, right? So that in itself was sort of like my idea. If that became successful, then look at another idea which can generate money. Perhaps building some flats so we can do profit sharing when all the tenants pay on these flats. So it was more like retirement house plus income, passive income coming through. Because one of the things that you know are always going to be there are people are always going to be renting, and people are always going to be moving back to Zimbabwe. You see this, and this is just my vision. A lot of the people that came here who are in their 50s, 60s are now thinking of going back home to retire. I mean, and I also know just basically from speaking to people that they would rather retire in Zimbabwe than retire here in England, because at least there you have family, the weather, the food, the vibe is different in retirement compared to here, because everyone here is working. Who do you hang out with? So that was sort of like the idea. It wasn't more into going into farming and then producing products, because then that way the money is a bit difficult to get it out of Zimbabwe back into Europe. You see what I mean? So it was more like real estate. That was sort of like my idea. But of course, it was open to changing depending on, how people see it. So that was the idea.
No, I totally agree. By that idea, and in more like a dream or a hope. I think it's cool. Like it looks great. Mm-hmm. But here's what I'm saying. When you also got to be able to look at the and I know that there's an elephant in the room, which is the political situation in Zimbabwe. We can change it any time. I have friends that have had homes in Zimbabwe, and then it turns out that there's a letter that came from the Ministry of Housing that, this has to happen. And you're in the diaspora, you're trying to deal with all of this stuff, and you can't even deal with it because you're not there. You don't know there's a letter that came, and there's some money that needed now. There's just a lot that's happening. It's like a moving target. So what I'm just thinking, or what I was just saying, is that if you were to invest, like say in Japan or in Canada or in Australia, you buy a place there, you buy a farm there, you know that the money is there. If you want to go to Zimbabwe to buy a place, retirement, you can have your accounts there. You can still kind of do that retirement portion, but your money is in a stable economy where you can access it. Mm-hmm. Right? So that's all I think, and which actually dives into the other thing, because I think there's a video that you did where you talked about mortgages, and you wanted to hear people's ideas on mortgages. Mm-hmm. And I know as a first immigrant, here in Canada, I came in 2001, and that idea of ever owning a home was like so far, right? It was just like unreachable. Mm-hmm. But at some point, I was able to attain that idea, and I now own a piece of Canada, right, which is my home, and all I have to do is just live in it and pay the mortgage, and then I have money that I would never have had, if I didn't own. I would be paying somebody rent. Mm-hmm. But this is what I'm saying, that for me that was an investment, and all I had to do was just live in it. Right, I didn't have to go and check on the tenants or deal with the busted outlet or the lights or anything like that. But I was able to just own a place, and I got into the market. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of like my idea of the mortgage, because you had asked, what are people's what is your vision or what is your idea when it comes to mortgages? And I think that's kind of, I would say that's my success story, if anything, right?
Okay.
My parents moved to, sir, go ahead.
So if, now that you brought out the mortgage thing, now, where would you like to retire?
That's the other thing. Okay, so I've been talking to some friends about retirement, right? And I don't know if I'll be able to, because I've lived most of my adult life in Canada. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if I would be able to even retire in Zimbabwe. I think I would struggle to even adjust and kind of, be able to get acclimated to either just the processes of how things work, or anything like that. I mean, I think I enjoy visiting Zimbabwe from time to time, but I don't think that I would want to, because I got my family here, I got my kids, I got my wife, and I just don't see. I still have extended families. I have siblings in Zimbabwe, but I just don't see myself being in Zimbabwe as a retirement thing. I have traveled to Zimbabwe, when I had to attend some funerals and things like that. But, at the end of like a week, I'm like ready to go back. Like I'm just done, right? So I just don't see myself personally. I just don't see myself coming back to live there.
So do you see where the challenge is now? When I made that video about mortgages, it comes across as if I'm saying everyone should not take a mortgage. Do you see what I mean? So just by you saying what you've just said, I'm the opposite. I would like to retire in Zimbabwe. There's no two questions about that. Okay? So that means my effort now is not an if or but. I am putting all my effort in Zim. So I'm prepared to take my 30 grand that I have, cash, and put it back home because that's where I want to retire. Whereas with you, you're not sure. In fact, you don't want to retire in Zimbabwe. So therefore, a mortgage will work for you. So there's there isn't any of this one rule fits all. It just depends on an individual on an individual. So this is a clear example of sometimes people looked at that video and were very, very negative about it. But it just depends, because even in your case, if you had said you want to retire in Zimbabwe, then my following question would be, okay, so if you want to retire in Zimbabwe, how are you going to have a house in Zimbabwe? Are you going to sell your house in Canada and then buy a house in Zim? And that's a bit of a risky one because time to time you want to visit Canada as well and you want a place to go to. How are you going to deal with that? Do you see where the issue is?
Absolutely.
So it's a tricky one. So for those that want to retire in Zimbabwe, basically what I was saying is having a mortgage in the UK will tie you down. Well, even having said that, there are some people who are high income earners. They can do both. Maybe they're doctors, engineers, or they're in the NHS, they're band 9 or whatever they call them, and they're earning $5,000 a month. They can afford to do both, Zim and the UK. But for the vast majority, statistically speaking, they can't do both. So if they go for a mortgage here, then that's it. They can't, how are they going to retire in Zim? It's impossible. You can't have a mortgage here.
That makes sense. Yeah.
You can't have a mortgage here and build at the same time back home. It's expensive to build. I've mentioned this even on my videos. It's not easy to retire in Zim. Even setting up something as a basic business, it's not easy. And the reason why I was doing these videos is for you guys to see or at least have an idea how things are back home in Zim. Things are so expensive, it's unbelievable. A car that costs $6,000 is a car which is so old, you can't even believe it's a $6,000 car. But here in the UK, you can pick up a car for $3,000 and it'll be in a decent condition. But in Zim, it's different.
Yeah.
So those dynamics,
and I
like
think,
yes.
That's definitely what it is, right? That it's not a one size fits all, right? Like you're saying, I think that when it comes to that, I personally I said, I spent most of my adult life away from Zimbabwe, and I hear this whole idea, but what I just don't want to do is because a lot of people they've said something similar to what you're saying to me, right? And retiring home is the best, and home is the best, and I get that, but I just haven't felt that love, that need to want, because I think everything, like especially like I said, my family is a huge thing, and they're here with me, and I don't see them going to live in Zimbabwe. So when the time comes, I will travel and I'll stay with family, but I think it'll be nice here to have your own spot there, but you can only sit in one chair at a time, right? So
Exactly.
I think I will be renting, in Zimbabwe if I do go there. But
okay.
For now, I think that's the plan.
And I'll tell you something. If you want to go and rent in Zimbabwe and you want to rent in a very nice place, remember you are paying similar prices to prices in Canada for rentals.
Is that right?
Yeah, very easy, 1,200 in areas in Borodale. Easy for a full house. Easy.
Wow.
I mean, ask people in the group. I mean, guys in the group, I mean, isn't it true? I mean, is it true what I'm saying that you can actually rent a house 1,000, even 2,000 in Borodale? Let us know in the comments box. And then let's see what people say in the comments. It can be very expensive. So now you tell me how you're going to be renting 2,000 in Zim. What will be your income? Your what's it called? Your pension? Your pension? You're paying the rent?
Yeah, the pension. Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. But if you got your mortgage paid for, chances are that you might actually have,
It won't be enough because if someone is paying, let's say, $2,000 for your house in Canada, and then you take that 2,000, you bring it to Zim, and then let's say you pay 1,000 for rent. Now you're left with 1,000. What happens when you get sick? What happens to your car? All those things need money. Basically, you can't afford to be sick because you have to go private because the public hospitals are not very good. So what do you do in that situation?
So what would somebody do? What would somebody do in that situation if they were, let's say, they owned a place in Africa, in Zimbabwe, and they need to go to the hospital? Because you're gonna access the same healthcare system, right? And even if you have a home there, let's say you don't have a mortgage, you might have your rates, like your phone, your heat, and or anything like that. Would you have enough money to afford private healthcare?
This is where you need to have investments back home, things that generate money every month, or at least even every day or every other day. And that is why on my channel, I've been talking about farming. If you are, let's say, for example, you're producing 1,000 chickens, right? Every month. That's 6,000 every month that you're making, or 3,000 profit. You can afford to have private healthcare, and you have to go private, really. When it comes to electricity, you need a solar system. When it comes to water, you need a borehole. So once you have those two in place, borehole and electricity, then you're good. Your house, you don't have to pay rent. Now you need something that generates money. You cannot go and retire in Zimbabwe just because you have a house paid off as a mortgage. It's going to be very difficult. And I want to see what people are saying here in the comments. You can pay $5,000 in rentals in northern suburbs of Harare. Did you hear that? $5,000 in the northern rentals in the northern suburbs in Harare. Do you see what I mean?
That's a lot. That's definitely a lot. I mean, yeah. Well, you've given me something to think about. Let's just say that. You've given me something to think about. But you know what? At the end of the day, I think it becomes FOMO, the fear of missing out. I think that's what it comes to, right? I want the best of both worlds. But I know that, like I said, when it comes to Zimbabwe, it's a very shaky ground when it comes to investment, when it comes to anything that, even traveling to Zimbabwe. Like I've had situations where I've gone there and, take pictures because, I'm filming with my family or whatever. And somebody's got a problem with that. Why are you filming? Who are you? And then it's like,
no.
You were so.
I mean, where are you filming?
Well, so I grew up in Mavuko, right? And there was filming. And somebody, approached me about my camera, and why are you filming? So it's just stuff like that.
Nah,
right?
To be honest, okay, look, when it comes to filming, I'm the one who, I do videos. I've been filming, in the city center. I can even vlog and everything. It's not really a problem. I even have a drone. It's not really a problem.
So people don't approach you and try to hustle you for filming?
No. That's not really a problem, to be honest. No. No.
Okay. Well, I've had a different experience, so
Yeah.
I've definitely had a different experience. So it kind of turned me off in regards to like being in public places and filming. And there's a guy who did a video here. I don't know if you remember, who ended up being in prison for like almost 6 weeks or like a month, and this embassy could not even intervene because he was filming.
What was he filming?
Well, so there's a video that's very popular here. He made like a 6 week. He was just filming, and he's just like, we just go to Harare, and so I'm gonna be staying at this hotel, and it's just vlogging, right?
Mm-hmm.
And somebody had accused him of spreading propaganda or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then he had to meet up with the lawyers, but the lawyers couldn't, because they were speaking in a different language. He didn't know what they were saying. But he did there's a video on YouTube, actually, and I shared that video. It just broke my heart because I was just like, if you see his videos too, the cop who ended up testifying, that, yes, she was saying this, she was just making it up and she was lying. And I felt bad that, like, this is just horrible. Like, but I mean, he talked about his experience in jail and how he ended up, meeting some nice guards that were helpful, and some inmates that, but the whole idea of the story that they just accused him of something and that became it.
Yeah, but look, these type of situations, yes, I understand. So I guess maybe you will have some sort of a bias when it comes to investing in Zim because of those experiences. Whereas with me, I mean, I love Zim. And if I compare my life here in the UK and my life in Zim, trust me, I prefer it in Zim. Does that mean that Zimbabwe is perfect? Absolutely not. Zimbabwe has its own issues. But if I put it on a scale, at least, I'm leaning more towards Zim. And that is why I'm passionate about it. And I'm really trying so hard to make it work. I'm really trying so hard to make it work. And just show that side where things are fine. And by the way, I also share the other side of Zim. I've been scammed so many times in Zim, right? But even I've come to a point where I get scammed and sometimes I just laugh and I say, wow, they got me, because that's just how it is, Have I not also been scammed in the UK? Of course I have. I've lost a lot of money. I mean, I've lost more money here in the UK than in Zim. So am I going to say UK is bad? No. Let's take a look at this recent situation where we are trying to build something positive. He hijacks my WhatsApp group that I created in 2023, right? If you watch my my previous video, you'll see that. There's a screenshot there, 2023. That's my channel. Hijacks it, takes everyone in that group, makes them his, and he starts contacting them. This is happening in the UK. This is not happening in Zim. It's in the UK. So if we try to make decisions and judgments on incidents, I don't think it's a really fair way of looking at things. And that's just me. But of course, one may like Zim, one may like Canada, one may like UK, to each their own. But for me, for those that want to retire in Zimbabwe, that's what I've been preaching about on my channel. Even though it's negative, I still love it. Because over there, I haven't really explored Zimbabwe. We grew up poor. I had never been. In fact, right now, as I speak, I've never been to Kariba. When I went to Vic Falls, I just went to Vic Falls to pick up my car. But guess what? This is one of those destinations that so many people go to. So I feel like I haven't even explored Zimbabwe that much. I just stay in my own little neighborhood in Belvedere, and that's it. Have I been to Matopos? No. Have I been to Kariba? No. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I think that, essentially at the end of the day, I think it's great to us to have these conversations. We've all had different experiences in being in Zim and being out of Zim and all throughout. This is a part of the journey that we all walk. And I think it's very important to have these discussions in all open and honesty and, share these experiences, because at the end of the day, we can drink the same beer and taste it differently, because the taste doesn't change, but the appreciation that we have is different. So again, I really appreciate you taking the call, and I appreciate your insight, and I know that there's a lot of people that want to get in on this conversation, so I'm going to allow other folks to get in here as well. But thank you so much.
No, thank you very much for calling. Cheers.
Yes, sir. Have a good day.
And you. Awesome. Wow. Salis says somewhere is nowhere is perfect. I've been scammed twice here in New Zealand. You know what? Some of you guys, you really say to me, Ruwa Organic, he's so laid back and, he's so naive. It's true. I get scammed easily. But one thing I'll remind you is, a lot can happen in a day. I can't really document everything. But there's also, a lot of positive things that have happened as well. But as you know, the more you share a lot of positive experiences, people start looking at you like someone who's showing off, or how we are as a people. So yeah, it can be a bit tricky. Let's see. Yilto says, so the caller is saying because things are bad in Zimbabwe, don't try to invest in it. If you love Zimbabwe, wouldn't that be more of a reason you want to create things in Zimbabwe? Yeah, Yilto, you know what? I tend to look at that as a positive, because sometimes there's people that look at something bad, or let's look at Zimbabwe. Someone will look at Zimbabwe and say, wow, this is missing, that's missing, that's missing. They look at it and say, this is so messed up. I don't want to be involved. And then there's another group of people that look at, oh, that's missing, that's missing, that's missing. Right. That's an opportunity for me to make it better. And even better, to make money from it. So people are just different when they look at situations. Right. Joey says, yes, they do not allow you to film in certain places. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. In places like Highlands and those places you can't film because there's a lot of high profile people there, and it can be very difficult. I remember one time when I was with Wademaya, we were in Highlands and we were flying a drone. Oh my goodness. They were private police or private investigators, whatever it is. They were following us, and they came and stopped and said, right, you guys are flying a drone. Who are you? Luckily, one of the guys knew Wademaya. That's how he sort of survived that. All right, let me take this call.
Like someone who's showing off.
Hello?
You know how we are as...
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Ru, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Can you hear me clearly?
Nice, loud and clear.
Oh, thank you so much. I just want to say thank you so much for the effort you've been doing. Yeah, I've been following you from the YouTube channel, and I was in the WhatsApp groups as well.
Oh, thank you.
And I just wanted to share a bit because I heard Captain Malachi called earlier on.
Mm-hmm.
I think now I understand why he was acting the way he was. Like, I don't actually have a problem with him. But I heard some people, they were saying he's a bit of a bully and everything on the group.
Mm-hmm.
And from the way he was speaking, I think he has so much respect for you, which is good.
Mm-hmm.
And I think everyone, like the fact that you've shared all your failures and everything, just to have people come along in spite of that, it shows as well, like how much we respect you and everything. And what I just wanted to say, I think there was a time when he said, I think when the committee was being chosen and stuff like that, then I think they said you had chosen, you had your circle, right? And people were not supposed to question and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think is, in a way, it's not really a good thing to go about business, because look what happened with Mr. Banks, for example. So I think when people just come and try to seek clarity and everything, it's not really a bad sign or a sign of disrespect on your part and stuff like that.
Yeah, I know. I totally agree. I agree with you. The whole idea of how we started this was wrong. Okay. We all started off as strangers. We don't know each other. You know, sometimes you're speaking to someone, you don't even know who they are or who they represent. So I think this
Where
is
they're
something.
coming from and everything.
Exactly. So I think we have to draw a line and say, look, you know what? We tried it, we messed up, and then things have to be done different.
Exactly.
Yes, yes. But
I think I also shared on the group, like at some point that there were two ways to approach that thing, like the community way and the corporate way.
Mm-hmm. Oh, was it you?
Yeah, it was me. Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think, I think the community way we've seen it like firsthand, it doesn't work.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Like there's an earlier caller was telling you like you need to set up everything and stuff, then maybe pitch it to the people. Then that way you can say, okay, guys, we've set up, we have a committee, we have this, we're investing in this project. Then no one can ask or have any question and stuff like that.
No, I agree with you 100%. And when I remember your comment was very articulate and you were straight to the point that, you know, if we take this route, this is what will happen. And then if we take this route, the corporate route, then we just have to take on board that this is how things have to be. And yeah, that was a very good way of looking at things. But hey, a lot of mistakes on my part as well, because I was trying to get everyone involved. But that was difficult. That was very, very difficult.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, we live and we learn. Yeah.
Yes.
But
yes.
I think you have the integrity and everything that you can actually go that corporate way and everything. You have your structures in place. You have your advisors and everything, and you can actually pitch it to the people. I think people will come on board.
Yeah, I think so. I think so too. I think so too, and I think that's the best way. That's the best way to approach this, because, like the previous caller said, this has been done before. It's not like a brand new thing.
Exactly.
You know.
Exactly.
So the structures are there. The structure just has to be created, and then say to people, "Hey, this is what we have. Are you in or are you out?" And that way, you know, it's yes, with everything in place. So you're 100% right. I was meant to actually have a chat with you, because the way you articulated that was very, very straight to the point, you know, and I really like that. You came across like someone who knew what he was talking about.
Exactly. Thanks a lot for that.
Yes.
So I think going forward, you can just keep the other group, just keep it in place, yeah.
Yeah.
So we can share ideas and everything, yeah. Because we can't let just one person like win everything for us. Yeah.
Yes, and you know what?
Because we know that it happens in Zimbabwe. So we are assuming that okay, we're now in the diaspora and everything. We've learned how things work and everything. Everyone is on board.
Yeah.
So it wasn't really a surprise as such that okay, this has happened, but we were thinking, oh, maybe. we just brought the same mentality here, and we.
You know, to be honest with you, for me, it was more of a surprise. Do you know why?
Why?
I was being scammed in Zim, and I thought, you know what? I'm in the UK now. Things are different. At least people are going to be professional. And then when this happened, I was like, you know what? I'm done. You know, this is crazy.
Yeah.
But
you know, and also the sad part as well. Like maybe you would expect that from maybe one of the 580 members or something. But for that to come from someone who's in the steering committee, because we were thinking, oh, maybe you know these people, they're advising you and stuff. You've done some checks on them and
no,
stuff like that.
actually there were no checks. There were no checks done.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I didn't do any checks. The guy, you know, he just volunteered, and I just said, you know what? He wants to volunteer. I'm busy, so perhaps maybe you know that's how it happened. That's how it happened. You know.
Now that explains it.
Yes, he volunteered.
Because I was in the first Zoom meeting, and I think there was a gentleman who was actually like part of the moderators, and he was helping with the questions. So I thought he was maybe part of that team.
No,
because like they really sounded professional and everything, and they were not too vocal on the actual WhatsApp group. So I thought maybe Mr. Banks and them were like same fabric.
No. And also, I've learned something here. Sometimes, you know, people will try to present a good side of themselves, knowing that they're going to do something later on, you know. So,
exactly.
and because
I think they see your channel, you're following and everything.
Yes.
And they just want to be like in the inner circle, so
Yeah.
to say. But you're more like a servant. It's not like a privilege or anything like that.
Yeah.
So you have to be patient. You have to be this. You have to be that. So I think it all comes down to integrity. Because there are a lot of people with degrees and everything, and you know.
No, I agree. But yes, I agree basically with everything you're saying. If we're going to be doing things, it has to be different. We can't follow what we did before, and I have to keep an eye now
Definitely.
on
I'm
everything.
glad it happened at this stage. No money was taken and stuff like that. So, so it's all good. Yeah.
Can you imagine? Imagine if I had taken the monies from people and say, hey, we need a joining fee, and then this happened.
Exactly.
Would you believe me?
Exactly.
You'll be like, no. Nope. You and that guy, you're together.
Nope, exactly.
And then that's my reputation.
He could scam you and the people as well. Just like he's been trying to take your name and everything.
Yes.
But it's a lesson we live and we learn. Yeah.
No, we live and we learn for sure. All right then, TJ. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for calling, and we'll speak soon. Okay.
Thank you so much. Sir.
All right, take care.
Cheers.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, you're live.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Arao. This is Kennedy. I just thought to clarify something, and also maybe just to air out something, especially in light of what the previous caller has actually said. I'm one of those people in the previous group who actually said to Captain Malachi, this is bullying. I remember I'm the one who said that. And now that I've actually spent time in this live cast that you're doing now, and I'm beginning to see things differently, not that I'm completely regretting saying that Mr. Malachi is bullying, because my perspective from then is now different from what I'm beginning to learn from this new podcast that you're doing now is that, as you said, the group, it grew too fast and too big.
Yes.
So I'm probably one of those people who came in very late. To me, this whole thing is not older than 2 weeks.
Yes. That's true.
I'm now hearing that exactly. So now I'm now hearing that these things came from 2023. I'm now hearing about Wodemaya. So yeah, you must understand that. I think you are right in that. The things go too big, too fast with people who you didn't even know, and I must also say with people who didn't even know you, like myself.
Right.
Yes. So there is something now that I'm beginning to learn, especially from this podcast, of people still referring to say they've been following you. I remember when I was in the WhatsApp group just a week ago when we're having this issue, I was actually having an issue with that to say, why are we talking about the leadership as if there's a cult or as if there's an established thing? In my view and in my perspective, we're actually just coming out and we're starting, and we're going to start by agreeing everything on that WhatsApp to say this is what we're here for and this is where we are going. So that's why even I was resisting this issue of saying, there was the issue that actually brought up the idea of now we going back and forth with Captain Malachi, him saying that you must release control, because to him, yes, he's come with you from a long way back and he knows your record and you've got something that you're moving towards.
Yes.
To us, this is something new that we are all going to actually establish together, and us also having it, the decision making in how it is going to go and everything. So yes, I'm getting a different perspective now, and I can understand where Captain Malachi was coming from. And I just want to come out and say my apologies to Captain Malachi. I should have known better, but I think the circumstances in which all these things happened is one of the reasons why I ended up saying this is bullying. Be that as it may, I think it would also be nice that when we are reprimanding each other on these platforms, it should be cordial and with respect. So basically what I ended up saying, this is bullying, was the tone and the words. Even if you look at the words that were being used, they were actually not nice.
Yes.
But yeah. So anyway, yeah, I understand now. I just wanted to come out and clarify that I now understand why Captain Malachi acted the way he did.
Yes.
And I'm beginning to understand this platform better and differently. I'm actually forming a new perspective of what's really going on here.
You know, you know why?
Apologies to everyone.
No, do you know why I'm smiling? It takes a real gentleman to own up to their mistakes, right? Because sometimes there's no context. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'll give you another example.
Yeah.
You know, when you follow someone for a very long time, like for example, people that saw my first videos with Wadamaya. I mean, I was one of those guys who was so excited getting back in Zim. I'm a returning resident after so many years and all of that. So people could feel like the movement, like, this guy is back. Let's see what he's doing. And then this goes wrong, and then that goes wrong, and okay, I've got some wins here, and then this goes wrong. So it's like people have been with me in a journey. So when someone then comes and starts making some claims or some statements, knowing me and how I am, and basically, you know, like my life is online, you know, sometimes people can get very frustrated, and I can see where you are coming from as well, to say, you have not seen me before, so why is this happening? So I can also see where you are coming from, which is which is very interesting as well, you know.
Anyway, my apologies to everyone, Mr. Malachi himself and everyone at the group, and you yourself for probably having aired that this is bullying.
Yes.
Listening to you in the last 1 hour, 2 hours, there's a point where I actually slept and dropped off. My apologies about that. But I'm beginning to form a new perspective of what's really happening here. It appears this thing actually is a movement that started quite a long time ago, which already has a direction where it is going, and there's a context. After saying that, I still have a bit of new concerns now. I don't know if this is the time I should air them, because there was a caller who called. I think it was one of your first callers on today, who mentioned something about, you know, to have trust, you're going to have people to convene at a meeting and sit down and talk and, you know, agree on these things. And I can't agree with that. But when I got into this whole thing like 2 weeks ago, like I'm saying, I'm all new. I'm all new.
Yes.
I had a sense this is a diaspora thing, not necessarily a UK thing, because if you have to sit down with just people who are in the UK, then where does it leave some of us who probably might want to be part of this and contribute to this? Yes. I also have the same sentiments that you have to say retiring back home, although I already have a home back home. But Zimbabwe is our country. We always want to invest in Zimbabwe. You know, that should be our first priority. For me, it's not about the logistics of saying mortgages, will you be able to make it, or whatever. But it's about the fact that I'm Zimbabwean. If there's any way I'm going to die, I don't want to be buried out here.
Yes.
I'm going to be buried in Zimbabwe. How are people going to bury me when I have not even, I have to contribute to the country? So I'm all still with you. I'll be following you from now onwards, but I think I might have to move back to the terraces. And if you may just maybe clarify, and if you may maybe just clarify that point of saying, how are you going to make it inclusive for everyone to participate? Because if you are going to have a convening meeting, a physical meeting in the UK, you might also want to think that we've got some people like I myself, I'm in Australia.
Okay.
We also want to be part of this. We want to be part of you. We want to add, contribute, and don't forget us.
Yes, that is a very, very, very good question, and I'm glad you've asked that question. So, how I see this working is, let's say in Australia there is 10 of you there, right? There can just be one sort of like one organizer. You have an event there in Australia, which is part, of course, of the bigger movement. The guys in the UK, they also come together, and they have their own sort of like meetup or event. The guys in Canada also do the same thing. And then, that's how we basically work, because it's going to be very very difficult for people to travel all the way to Australia, people in Australia coming all the way to, it will be very difficult. But we can do meetups, that way. The guys in Australia, you do your little meetup, maybe perhaps even do some video calls, with the three countries. So I could see that working, and I don't see how that could that could not work. I think that could work, but don't worry. If this does work really well, we definitely have to come together and see how best we can structure this and make it inclusive for everyone. So this was just my sort of like initial idea of how we could do it, but it's open to be.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Yes, absolutely.
No, I think I'm answered. So thank you very much. Please do continue with the podcast, and I think with that I'm done.
All right, thank you very much for calling. I really appreciate your call, and take care. Bye bye.
Okay, cheers, bye.
Right. Okay. This is very, very interesting. Let me take a look at the questions now. Kennedy. Pressure saying there's a few of us in Australia. Yep. Everyone keeps advising him to take his small clusters. I agree with that. Okay, that's a good. SM says, oh, wow, he just literally summarized my thoughts. Interesting. Okay. We have ended up here because the whole initiative was inclusive. Yeah, anyway, guys, I don't know if there's anyone who wants to call. We make this the last caller because I'm getting tired now. I can't believe this is 4.5 hours. I thought today was going to be 2 hours, but oh my goodness, 4.5 hours. Anyway, if there is one guy or one person who wants to call, just go ahead and do so. I'm going to leave this open for about, say, 2 minutes or so. If no one calls, we can call it a night and rest and pretty much think about what really happened. Overall, I think this call was fantastic and very productive. And I also like to say, please be careful. You might be getting calls. I don't have access to my WhatsApp channel. It's been taken over 100%. So if you do get calls, be careful. You might be recorded or you might be scammed. So in the UK, here's the number. It's the National Fraud and Cybercrime Reporting Center. And that's the phone number there. I also have a crime reference number. That's the crime reference number that I use to report. So this has also been escalated to the National Fraud Intelligence Bureau, just so you know. Okay, let's take this call.
Yes.
Hello?
Hello, is that Ruwa Organic?
Speaking.
Yeah, I'm calling from Canada, and I just want to put in my 2 cents worth in the. I'm a bit late, I think, for the live broadcast.
No, you're live, actually.
Oh, right. Okay. I was listening to a gentleman who spoke, I'm not sure how long ago, and he was talking about meeting face to face, which is a wonderful idea. But just to remind everyone that some of us are in a different continent, and we are really interested in this idea. I've been following you for a long time, and honestly, what happened was they listened to everybody. Shocker in the lesson. Good thing is nobody lost money as far as we are concerned. You were very clear in the beginning. I won't go into detail, but you were very, very clear. You don't want any money from anyone until the structure is in place. And you emphasized a lot on transparency, honesty,
accountability,
decency, all the good things we hope for in a business. Unfortunately, the bad things happened. So what I'm trying to emphasize now on is, I don't know, I can't say I have an idea yet, but let's think, be inclusive to people who are far away,
Yes.
who are actually invested in this idea. It's up to you what you're comfortable with. It's your face in public, I understand. You don't want anything to happen to you and your family. And I'm not going to suggest anything stupid that might put you in jeopardy. But please bear in mind, you have followers all over the world. Whatever you come up with, make it foolproof, make it fraud-proof, but take into account people that are far away, like me, for example. That's my 2 cents worth I want to chip in.
Thank you so much, and I'll definitely bear that in mind. Because sometimes, you know, when I do these videos, I have no idea where people are watching from. So to hear that, you know, there's people in Canada as well watching and are interested in all these ideas, I mean, definitely I will keep this in mind. And yes, definitely I'll keep everyone in mind. And thank you so much for that.
No problem. Thank you, Augustine.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, I have one more call, I think. Hello?
Hello, hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm watching your program. You're on live, right?
Yeah. You're live. So you're live on YouTube. Yes, you're live.
Okay, sorry. I was just watching your program. I'm kind because I can see that you're worried a lot about what is happening to you. You're doing great. You're doing great because this is what happened. It shows like people are watching your show. A lot of people, because we do this kind of things happen to a lot of people. I mean, most of the celebrity and stuff like that. You understand? It happens a lot. So people try to want to hijack their WhatsApp to be able to scam a lot of people in your group and stuff like that. You understand? So I see that you worry too much. That shouldn't stop you from actually going forward and stuff. I've been watching your program for a long time. Actually, I'm a Nigerian guy. I live in Canada, right? But I'm trying to actually set up a lot of things back in Zimbabwe. You are one of the people that inspire your inspiration to me, somebody like me. So don't worry about it. I think you should keep going. It's part of it. What you're going through right now happens to a lot of people. It's not new. Go online, you will see. In fact, they scam people. They will tell them that you're the one asking for the money and stuff like that.
Yes.
You understand? So it's what you don't know. You shouldn't stop you. There's a lot of people looking out, following for your footstep and stuff like that. I think if you stop right now, that means you're going to deprive a lot of people from actually, it's being inspired like that. It's one of these. It's more like an hazard of the job. It shows like you live to learn. You're going, and as part of it, you understand. I don't think that should discourage you in any way, in my own opinion.
You know what? Thank you very much for that. Because to be honest with you, yesterday I was at a point where I had given up. Because I couldn't believe that this had happened. But hearing these words from you, and these words of encouragement, it also gives me faith. And it makes me even more fired up to continue and to understand that these type of things happen, So
of course, for me, I think it's because you are doing great. A lot of people are watching you. You have to remember, when somebody is doing something good, there's a lot of people standing behind. They just want to take advantage. If you are not doing good, nobody will care about you. Nobody's going to worry about probably they want to try to do something. You just have to tidy up your defense. And you keep going. That is just what it is. Every time you finish your program, you let everybody know, listen, I don't ask for money. I'm not soliciting for money. If anybody call you, I don't know anything about it. Don't call you. You should put it out there all the time. That's what happened a lot. Go to most of the Nigerian celebrity, most of Nigerian people that are doing what you're doing. Everybody have been scammed like that. It's just what it is. For me, it shows like you're doing good. For you to be targeted, it shows like your show is going far, and you should stop right now. Why would you stop? For people like me, like everybody, we're looking up to your show, and you know what? I'm going to get it some point. I've been watching your program for before you start online stuff from Zimbabwe, whatever. I've been to Harare before and stuff like that. So you would deprive people like us. I'm sure you have a lot of silent watchers. People might not be calling. Not everybody that call and talk. People watch. You know, even after your program, some people can still watch it later and see like, oh, I got this guy. Okay, you know what? So why would you want to deprive everybody? No, I don't think it should stop. In my own opinion, I don't think so. You just have to. I'm sure most of the people in the group, once you have your new number, everybody will add you because they love what you're doing. Of course, everybody will add you back, and you know, as long as you're letting everybody know, listen, I don't solicit for money from you guys. I'm not the one. Everybody know what is happening in the world right now. So I think I can see like you're worried, you're kind of upset, you're kind of down. No, my brother, please, you got to. This is the time you have to stand up and keep fighting, man.
Thank you so much for those kind words. You know, it really means a lot to me, and definitely, I'm going to keep fighting and recover from this. Thank you so much.
Yes. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, my brother.
All right, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. All right, take care. Okay, guys, I am so tired now. Oh my goodness. I can see here there's a comment saying, be careful to sleep here because Australians here it's 11 a.m. Oh my goodness. Okay, so do we have any callers? Let's do one for the road. One more caller, and then we call it a night because over here it is 20 past 2 a.m. 20 past 2 a.m. Oh my goodness, so much support. This is amazing. Anyway, since no one is calling, I'd like to thank everyone for tuning in. This was another 4 hours, 30 minutes. Thank you very much for your support. And just remember that I am not collecting any money. I'm not doing any contributions. So please, if anyone approaches you saying they are Ruwa Organic or they are Augustine, or if you know of anyone that has lost any money, please direct them to the National Fraud and Cyber Crime Reporting Center. That's the number right there on the screen, and that's the reference number. So please go ahead and share that information with everyone, and just be careful. Please, just be careful. You might be getting calls, and this was not my intention for this to happen. So just be careful. And when you speak on the phones, people might be recording you for blackmailing purposes. So just be careful about that, please. Anyway, guys, thank you very much. I really appreciate you being on the call. And thank you for all your support. I mean, it's overwhelming. And it's always nice in these times of difficulties to have people who genuinely show love and care about you. And I know some of you here as well have contributed, some money towards this. This will definitely help. I mean, as you can imagine, I was working 2 weeks straight, going to bed at 4 a.m. every day. And it kind of took a toll on me. And I've also been behind on my own work that I'm supposed to be doing. So, that definitely goes a long way as well. So thank you very much for the contributions. And a lot of you behind the scenes who've been emotionally supporting me, there's a long list, to mention. But I can see here Wilson has just joined in. Thank you so much, my brother. You've been there, with me, and a lot more people I can, mention here. But if I were to do that, it would take me another 10, 15 minutes to do that. So anyway, thank you very much, everyone, for your support. I really, really appreciate it. We'll keep in touch. And if anything comes up, I'll be announcing this on my YouTube channel as usual and on the WhatsApp channel as well. I've closed it off. So if anyone wants to join it, I have to speak to the person first before they join. So at least I get an idea of, what sort of person they are. So that's the situation right now with the current WhatsApp channel. I mean, I've closed it off to invite only. Anyway, guys, thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you again in the next one. Take care. Whew.